Continuing coverage of the YSL trial, day 144, right here on the Outcast Podcast, coming to you live on YouTube. Like, share, and subscribe. We'll be getting into it real shortly. All right, we're just waiting on court to start. This is the YSL trial, day 144 on the Outcast Podcast, live here on YouTube. again, we're just waiting on court to start here on the Outcast Podcast. Coming to you live, YouTube. Young Thug Trial Day 144. Right here on the Outcast Podcast. Just waiting on court to start, waiting on them. Hope everybody's having a great Tuesday. October the 15th, 2024. Hope everybody has a blessed day. We're just waiting for court to start. Please like, share, and subscribe. Help me grow. Even if you don't come back to the channel, just give me that like and that's let's get this channel moving. Lots of great things ahead here. All right, we got the feed now. Let's see how long before court starts. I'm going to go ahead and kill this music. We'll go into live here, give y'all a full screen. There we go. We're just waiting on court now. This is the YSL Trial Day 144. Georgia versus Jeffery Williams et al. This is Greg here at the Outcast Podcast, coming to you live here on YouTube. Hope y'all have a good day. And let's just kick back and wait for court to start. We are here. All right, we're just waiting on court to start here. We're going to get some more music going here while we wait on the court to start. This is the Outcast Podcast, day 144 of the YSL trial. Yesterday was wild in this trial. We all know that. Will Love be back today? That's the question. I don't think she will. I could be wrong. Hard to say. Moving in forward, you know they're in there. Is DDA Love going to be back today? Here's a question for you. Answer the poll in chat. Will she be back? Oop, here we go.
Good morning. Everybody can have a seat.
And DDA Love
Okay,
is
I think
back.
we have got the jury all ready. So is there anything we need to take up before we get the next? Well, I guess we'll wait for Mr. Matthews before we.
He went to the restroom.
I know, but it's 9 o'clock. He should have gone to the restroom before now. All right, now that we have Mr. Matthews, Is there anything that needs to be put on the record before we get the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. And I don't think the state was planning on doing anything with this right now, but I did. There is an issue. So last night at maybe like 10, I don't know, 9, 10, I was texted a letter supposedly written by my client regarding, so let me back up. My client was in a car with Tiara Jones when she was killed by, I think the state believes, members of the other side. And they believe that my client was the intended target.
Okay.
At some point, my client, according to the state's telling me this, wrote a letter about the incident, kind of an apology letter to Tiara Jones's family, as my understanding. I will say, as an officer of court, I don't remember seeing that letter in discovery. I don't believe I've ever read that letter, but I'm not going to swear to it. But then apparently there was another letter where my client, that was sent to me last night at about 9:30 or 10, which I never had seen before, to my recollection, where my client basically recanted, I guess, what he said. I'm saying I guess what he said in the original letter because I haven't seen the original letter, so I don't know what he actually said. And my belief is that the state, and they've communicated with me about this, but they're seeking to admit these letters through Investigator Griffin. And who was the homicide investigator on that case. I'm just in the blind right now about these letters. One I've never seen, and it may or may not exist. The other one I've seen, I have no reason to believe that I don't know where it came from.
Who sent it to you?
Miss Hilton.
Okay.
And it's a letter, and it's signed. The name signed is Shannon Jackson. I don't know that my client wrote that letter. I don't know where it came from.
Okay.
I don't know anything about it. And quite frankly, I just don't want, I need to know more about my client's statements.
Is this anything that's going to be dealt with this morning, or that the state intends this morning?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Can we take it up at lunchtime?
Absolutely, Your Honor. I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention.
Okay. All right. Well, obviously, we'll need to drill down on that some more. But right now, let's get the next witness on the stand.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Case
yes.
alert, and good morning, and good morning to
Morning.
everyone. Case alert, this honorable court. I have not, I'm sure it's an oversight, but Ms. Hilton, I don't believe, sent me that letter, and I don't have any reason to believe, from what the Honorable Mr. Sharp just said, that those letters or series of letters have anything to do to further a conspiracy under 24-801 D2E. So I'll also be voicing an objection. I still, later when you're doing it at lunch, I want you to budget for that too.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll sort it all out during the lunch break. Who's your first witness for this morning going to be?
Your Honor, we're trying to make contact with the first witness.
Well, maybe we'll be sorting it out now after all. Do you have a second witness that you could put on instead of the first witness?
Yes, we do, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. We do have some other witnesses in the hallway, so we're just confirming who's, not confirmed, but just gathering who's all in the hallway to make sure, to figure out who we're going to call first since the first witness isn't here.
Okay. And you'll know that within a matter of a minute or two?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, so what's the situation with this letter?
Yes, Your Honor. So one, we're confirming that this was served in discovery, Your Honor. So Ms. Love is going to work on that while we're taking these next couple of witnesses. Mr. Stillwell was a victim in an incident in September of 2015. Right. He did an interview at police headquarters in November of 2015. Right. In that interview, he asked to write a letter to the family of Tiara Jones. That is the letter, that's the first letter that Mr. Shar is referencing. That is the letter he does not have yet. After he wrote this, did the interview with the investigator He actually was able to provide some information for the investigation. Subsequently, the information that he provided was put on social media. And after that information was put on social media, we have a letter purported to be from Mr. Stillwell in which he recants what he told the police officers. So that is the letter that was provided to Mr. Shard last night, Your Honor. I did not send it directly to Mr. Shard since it involved his client. I will send it to all the other defense counsel, but I specifically sent it to Mr. Shard because it involved his client specifically. And him and I had talked about it in court yesterday. And I told him I would provide him everything that we intended to potentially seek admission so that he could have it. But again, we will confirm that it was served in discovery. If it was not served.
Sounds like the first letter was not served in discovery. The second letter might have been. That first letter might not make it in today. We'll see.
We will not use it, but we will. That's what we are confirming, Your Honor.
Okay, and you're saying that the original November letter was never served?
That's what we're confirming.
So you need to check about both letters?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, just if this, I did not know about this. So there's further complications, such as my understanding the interview that prompted the first letter. My client was in the hospital. I don't know if he had already been served an arrest warrant for the Donovan Thomas case, but I don't believe he was Mirandized. And then there's, I guess, another interview when he's taken from the jail. I don't believe he was Mirandized for that interview either. So there's all sorts of issues with this statement that I'm trying to piece together now in real time. But it's complicated.
So I was always under the impression that Mr. Shard had the interviews because I believe we've talked about his client statements.
Right, so there are interviews and then there are letters.
Correct. So there are 3 interviews total. So
I don't think he's claiming he doesn't have the interviews.
I do not believe I received the interviews through discovery. In full candor to the court, I knew about the interviews, but the state has always said they don't plan to use the interviews.
Okay.
And we don't. I told Mr.
Okay.
Shard that yesterday. So there are 2 interviews at the hospital. One on the 26th when the incident occurred, another 2 days later on the 29th of September. Then in November of 2015, Mr. Stillwell was taken from the jail to speak with Investigator Thorpe, separate and apart from his conversation with Investigator Griffin. The understanding that I have, and even in watching the interview, is that after Mr. Stillwell finished speaking with Detective Thorpe, Mr. Stillwell asked to speak to Investigator Griffin, who was the lead investigator on a case in which he was a victim.
Right.
At that point, Investigator Griffin came into the interview room, spoke with Mr. Stillwell at Mr. Stillwell's request, gave the information that he gave during that interview, and then that interview concluded. That interview is about 25 minutes long. The state, again, does not intend to play that interview unless there's a need for it. But initially, when we question Investigator Griffin, we don't intend to introduce the interview. We do intend to ask about the interview, but not play it. Then again, like I said, there was a social media post thread about the fact that Mr. Stillwell had given
They
a
always
statement to
trying to get
police
stuff in that
about the
nobody
case in which
knows
he was a
a
victim.
damn thing about.
And then this subsequent
Always.
letter came in which he recanted everything that he said in the November interview.
Okay, and the state's had both of these letters for some amount of time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and y'all believe you served them in discovery, but you're not sure, and so you're gonna have to check that.
So the interview was served on March 20th, 2023.
The November interview?
The November and the 2 September
Okay.
interviews.
What about the letters?
So the interest of time, so we're just not guessing.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
In the interest of time, and so we're not guessing.
We still can't hear you.
In the interest of
The
time,
mic, he's trying to talk to mic that's not even on.
in the interest of time, and so we're not guessing for court and counsel. If I think lunchtime would be a great time for us
Okay.
to be able to look to see when.
All right. Do we have witnesses ready?
This guy must be took over for DD
Okay.
Love.
Who
He
is
ain't
your
even
first witness
spoke
going to be?
yet. This is weird. This is the YSL Trial Day 144 here on the Outcast Podcast, YouTube
Who
Live.
is your first?
Like, share,
Okay.
subscribe, and help me
Officer
grow.
Jones.
We're going to do a lot of commentary today. Something we normally don't do, but
Officer
try that out today and see how
Jones,
things
who
go.
is where on this witness list? Number 8. Okay. All right. Ready for the jury?
Yep. Let's do it.
Yes. Let's get the jury in.
Let's get them. YSL Trial Day 144. What do y'all think is going to happen today? What do you think is going to happen? Well, hey there, please speak. My kitty cat just come on my lap here.
Your Honor, Westmoreland over here. While the jury's walking in, can you please give a reminder about the mics? Because I don't want to interrupt someone.
All right. Everybody use the mics. It's very difficult to hear if you don't talk into the mics.
Sorry, my
Thank
cat
you.
was on my desk here eating.
Hi,
my
Ms.
food.
Ross. And if
YSL Day
somebody wants to use
144.
the lapel mic while they're questioning, that is fine as well.
But I don't see. Love is there, but she's not gotten in on the mic once. Kind of weird. Kind of weird. All right, Cat, get back there. Y'all, if I go off the air, Cat, come back there. I've got an officer coming up on the stand. The jury is coming in. Now I'm fighting a cat for off the desk. YSL Day 144. Outcast Podcast YouTube. Bye.
All right,
Here we go.
thank you. Everybody can have a seat, and if you can, well, not you, officer. You need to be sworn first.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you shall give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Okay, you can be seated. Please take and spell your name for the record.
Michael Jones, MICHAELJONES.
Thank you.
Is every that's going to be the one questioning here?
Good morning, Officer Jones. How are
yes.
you?
Here we go.
Sergeant, I'm fine.
And thank you for saying that. Where are you a sergeant currently?
I'm assigned to Zone 5, our field investigations team.
With the Atlanta Police Department?
Correct.
All right. How long have you been sergeant?
It'll be 3 years in December.
And how long have you been with APD?
Total of 12 years.
February the 13th of 2015, were you working with Atlanta Police Department at that time?
Yes.
What was your position?
I was a police officer assigned to Zone 3 Morning Watch.
As a police officer assigned to
You
Zone
might
3
notice
Morning
how
Watch, what
soft
hours
he's
did you work?
talking.
10
What's
p.m.
going
to
on
6
here?
a.m.
The judge,
or
get on her butt.
11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
This isn't.
And on the
PDA
morning
love.
of February the 13th, around 3:56, were you on duty?
Yes.
Way
At
too
that
calm.
time, did you have an occasion to respond to the area of 193
Maybe
Hendricks
this
Avenue?
a day off did
Yes.
something to her.
And
calm
what
her
was the
down a
reason
little
that you
bit.
responded?
I responded on behalf of my then Lieutenant Bruce, in reference to shell cases being on the ground near the location.
All right. Now, preceding that shell casings call that you got from Lieutenant Bruce, had there been another call at 193?
They are chasing these shell casings. I don't know why, but these things are being chased. That's their biggest thing right now is shell casings and cell phones. I don't know.
Hendricks.
I'm not familiar with that, but I believe so.
All right. And when you got to 193 Hendricks, tell the jury what you observed.
Based on my report, because it was quite some time ago, I was able to recover 17 what was identified as 5.56 shell casings and 6 9mm shell casings.
Did you have an occasion, without telling what anyone said, did you have an occasion to speak to any persons on scene?
No, ma'am.
Did you observe any persons on scene?
No, ma'am.
Be very careful with
And
your
once you
questioning right
collected
now.
those 17
That's the mic, or
5.56 shell casings and the 6 9mm shell casings, tell the jury how you preserved or collected them.
Once shell casings are collected, they are then turned into our property, which is our annex building.
I should be more specific. When they're collected, are they collected individually and put in a bowl and given to property, or do you do something different with them?
From my knowledge, if I'm doing the collection, we collect them individually or all together, or we contact our crime scene technicians and they come out and collect them.
And in this particular instance, was it you or a crime scene technician that collected the shell casing?
Based on my report, it looks like that I was the one that collected them.
All right. Now, when you collect them, do you put them in yellow envelopes and put anything on the envelopes, or do you something different? Do you do something different?
Normal procedure. That is the
That's what
procedure. You
ABA
collect them
loves.
individually, one
ABA
shell
loves
case
being
at a
mighty
time.
quiet today.
I don't remember exactly how these particular shell cases were collected, but I believe that I still follow the same procedures that I do with collecting shell cases individually.
And does your procedure involve writing on the individual packet that the shell casing is in the location that you collected them from?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it involve putting your name on the front of the package?
I can't recall if I had to put my name on them or not. I'm being honest, I can't recall.
What time was the call that preceded your call? Was it earlier in the day, in the night, a few hours before, a few moments before you went out? Do you know?
Prior to this particular call?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you record in your report anything about that location that aided you in knowing what to look for? And if you need to refer to your report, just say, I need to refresh my recollection. Read it to yourself and then let the jury know.
Okay.
And are you reading to refresh your memory right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, in the report, I mentioned that there have been previously recent gang-related shootings that
You remember what I said about reading the report to yourself?
Gotcha.
Refreshing your memory? All right. Is your memory refreshed?
Correct.
All right. So had there been shootings prior to the time that you responded at this location?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And had there been a vehicle found with bullet holes at this location?
Sustained.
Had there been anything else found?
Not that I recall.
Was there any vehicles found prior to your getting here that would have aided you in your investigation?
Based on my report, no, ma'am.
All right. Do you know whether or not there were any, and when you say based on your report, if you would look at line, I'm going to approach you with your report 150410718. Without reading to the jury.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Now, am I holding the same report that
Yes, ma'am.
you're holding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, other than the gang-related shootings, had there been anything else found that you utilized to aid you in your investigation?
Yes, a vehicle was located with bullet holes.
With what?
A vehicle with bullet holes.
Okay. Now, was there anybody home at the time of the 911 call that preceded yours
No,
based
ma'am.
on your investigation?
No, ma'am.
And was there anyone home at the time you arrived?
No, ma'am.
All right. At the time of the 911 call that preceded yours, do you know, based on your investigation, and were you able to learn in order to further your investigation, whether any shell casings were recovered at the time of the 911 call that preceded your arrival?
Objection to the extent that it calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. Do you know, based on your investigation and to the extent that it aided you in your investigation, whether there were any shell casings located during the response to the 911 call that preceded your arrival? Did the Do you understand the question?
You say it proceeded after or before?
The 911 call that preceded, that went before.
So try a different question.
Yes.
Confusing anyway.
Do you know whether or not anybody before you found any shell casings at that location as it related to the call Sergeant Bruce brought you back out on?
And I would object because that calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Were you aware of any other evidence besides the car riddled with bullet holes and the gang-related shootings regarding 193 Hendricks Avenue? Were you aware of anything else that helped you in your investigation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And at the time that you went to that location, did you know whose home that was?
No, ma'am.
Did you know whose relatives those were?
No, ma'am.
Okay. The shell casings that you collected, 5.56 shell casings, describe those type of shell casings to the jury.
They're longer than the average pistol shell casings.
Like this
Skinnier.
long, this long.
I would say the second.
Could you
was
hold it
about
up? 'Cause
this
I can't
long.
do
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, about this long.
Okay. And you said they're longer than the what?
They're longer than the average pistol shell casings.
All right. And relatively speaking, the other type, the 9mm type, those are just regular small shell casings?
Yes, ma'am. Those are smaller.
The 5.56 shell casings, do you know what type of gun, based on your training and experience with the Atlanta Police Department, fires that type of ammunition?
Normally AR-15 rifle style firearm.
And did you, at the time you responded to the scene, observe or did you even go to the property to see whether there were bullet holes at the address you were responding to?
No, ma'am, I don't remember.
Was your only role at the scene to go and collect the shell casings that had been found?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, when you arrived at 193 Hendricks, do you remember what that area looked like? Was there an alleyway near it?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you note in your report an alleyway leading up towards 193 Hendricks?
Yes, ma'am.
And where in relation to that alleyway were the shell casings found?
I will have to refer back to my report.
Would you read it, refresh your memory, and look up after your memory has been refreshed?
Does anybody have a clue where the heck she's going with this? I'm questioning because I can't figure out. They're trying to. I know what she's trying to do here. They're trying to tie in crime scenes to YSL. They tried this a couple of days ago. That is not in the indictment, not an intrinsic act, not. They couldn't even tell. They didn't even have proof of who did it. And Max Sharp got them the other day for this. They're constantly trying to bring in evidence, and Love is worse about it than Hilton, but Hilton's tried it too. They're trying to bring evidence in from other crime scenes. They got no proof who did it at that other crime scene, but they want to tie it into YSL. They are so desperate to prosecute these guys. If Judge Whitaker does not declare a mistrial or do a verdict, when they ask for the verdict before the defense starts their trial, I just don't understand this. This is weird. They're just trying to bring in stuff that shouldn't be coming in. Anyway, this is for all of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of the show. Please like, subscribe, and share, and let's get back to this. YSL trial, day 144, live, YouTube, right here on the Outcast Podcast.
Is your memory refreshed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So where in relation to that alleyway were the shell casings found?
Actually, in the alleyway.
All right. And do you recall how close to the location those shell casings were?
No, ma'am, I do not recall.
Do you have any personal knowledge or personal relationship with a man named Kenneth Copeland?
No.
All right. And do you have any personal relationship with or knowledge of any member of his family?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all that I have.
Any questions by the defense for this witness? Anybody? Nope. All right. Thank you for your time. Call your next witness.
When the defense
State
won't
calls
question,
Officer King.
you know it was a waste of freaking time. Max Sharp and Brian Steele and Adam ain't gonna give up a chance at a good cross-examination. So you can tell they wasn't even affected by that guy's testimony. I don't even know what all that testimony was about. I wish Whitaker would get herself together on this trial.
You promised me they'd be passing each other on the way in and the way out.
Get her, look, get her, get her, get her. Get on them. They can get their stuff together. Of course, she don't realize every time they promise me they never go through with it anyway. So what difference does it make?
Before you be seated, please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you shall give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
May be seated. My seat, please state the name of the record.
My name is Officer King, H. King.
And pull that mic really close to your mouth because it needs to be close for us to be able to hear you. Thank you.
H. King, King.
Good morning. Is it still Officer King?
Yes, it is.
Good morning, Officer King. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Officer King, would you please tell the jury where it is that you work as an officer?
Zone 3, Atlanta,
All right. How long have you worked in Zone 3 as an officer?
20 years.
So is it safe to say that on February the 10th of 2015, you were working Zone 3 with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Now, would you tell the jury what your shift was during that time?
My shift was 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. day watch.
Huh. On crime doing their favorite thing again here.
And during that time, did you have an occasion to
off,
respond to
right. They get it.
193 Hendricks Avenue Southwest?
Yes, I did.
What was the reason that you responded to that location?
The call was a damage to property. A house was shot up.
Okay. Now, do you remember the time that you responded to that location?
It was around 8 o'clock in the morning.
All right. And when you arrived at the location, did you speak to any occupants of the residence without saying anything that anyone said? Do you recall speaking to any occupants of the residence?
The female, I believe, the owner of the house.
Was there a Miss Janice Merriweather there?
Yes.
All right. And did you have an occasion, without talking about what she said, did you have an occasion to talk with Miss Merriweather?
Yes.
All right. Now, what did you observe when you got to the house? And if you need to refresh your memory, is that your report you have up there?
No,
with
I
you?
don't have to report it.
Do you need to
Oh.
see your report to refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or does.
Gotcha.
All right. Here we go again. YSL trial day 144. Podcast podcast here on YouTube live.
I'm going to show you a copy of your report, and you tell me if you recognize this as your report, the document I'm placing in front of you.
Yes.
And what was the incident number of your report?
The incident number was 150410718.
And again, what time did you respond? Refreshing your memory?
8:09
All right, AM?
a.m. Yes.
All right. And if you would do me a favor, whenever you need to look down and refresh your memory, would you let the jury know I'm refreshing my memory and read it to yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, and then after your memory is refreshed, would you just let me know?
Yes.
All right. So what did you see when you got to the location of 193 Hendricks Avenue?
I remember pulling up in front of the house.
Mhm.
I think the female, either she was outside or she came up to me and I asked her what happened.
Now, when she came up to you, describe for the jury whether she was from what you could observe, whether she was calm, upset, frantic, what was her disposition? Concerned?
I don't recall
Okay.
how she was. Yeah.
Was this young lady an older young lady like myself, or was she a
older,
younger?
Yeah, older.
Okay.
Mhm.
Now, after you met with Miss Merriweather, what did you do?
I just asked her what happened, what did she see, and she told me the situation.
All right. And what did you do after she told you the situation?
I believe we went inside the house to see what was going on, see the damage.
And what did you see inside the house?
There were defects on the outside of the house.
Okay. Do you recall how many defects?
No, I do not.
And do you indicate in your report anything relating to where it is that you saw the defects? If you need to refresh your memory, let me know now.
No, it was on the outside of the house.
Okay. Now, did you go inside the house and see any damage to other items, cabinets, bedrooms, walls, anything like that?
I remember a flat screen TV was damaged, and there was some in the kitchen area.
All right.
But
And in your report, do you document any other areas? Do you need to refresh your memory?
I need to refresh my memory.
All right, go right ahead.
Okay.
All right. Now, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
All right. Do you, at the time that you go to the residence, do you see or observe any damage on the inside of the residence?
The walls in the bedroom, hallway,
Okay.
in the kitchen area.
All right. Now, did you call or did a crime scene technician come out and process the scene?
I did call, yes.
Who did you call?
It was ID Tech Charleston came. 7333 was his number.
All right. Now, Miss Merriweather, did she have a son by the name of Kenneth Hurst who lived next door?
Leading question.
Sustained.
Did you document or did you recall whether Miss Merriweather had a son?
Yes, there was a son on scene.
Oh, who was that person on
I
scene?
need to refresh.
When you refresh, just look up and tell me I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'm done.
All right. Who was the person that you talked to?
Kenneth Hurst.
All right. And did Kenneth Hurst give you a description of any vehicles that may have been involved?
He stated that a neighbor told.
Hearsay.
Sustained.
Based on the conversation that you had with Ms. Hurst, Mr. Hurst, and Ms. Merriweather, did you get any information to aid in your investigation about who or what happened
Yes.
when her house was shot up?
He stated to me that a neighbor.
Without stating to you what he said, did you go, were you on the lookout for any particular vehicles after that?
We were on the lookout for.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. Now, once you call ID Tech Charleston, did you stay and watch?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Did she just not fight the judge on objection? She don't ever. Something right? Did somebody steal DDA love?
ID Check Charleston collect the evidence that was collected?
Yes, he stated he collected one
Okay.
shell casings.
All right. And so did ID Tech Charleston also collect a projectile from the kitchen?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the leading question.
Sustained.
Was there anything else that was collected?
That the shell casing he did recover was from the kitchen.
All right. After you came and responded to the scene, did you do anything else as related to this particular incident ending in 0718?
No.
All right. Now, had you responded to this incident location anytime prior to that?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And did you respond to that incident location at any time after that date as it relates to this shooting?
No, I wasn't the beat officer.
Okay. And without saying what anyone told you, did you document in your report the details of, or at least some details of the conversation that you had with Miss Merriweather?
Yes.
You said yes?
yes.
If you need to refresh, go ahead and look at your
Oh,
report.
no, I remember.
Don't say what she said, though.
Don't say what she said. Okay. We did have a conversation as to.
And did you document that conversation in your report?
Yes, I did.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor. We may need to just call him briefly in case something else happens, but for now, that's all that I have. for this
All right,
witness.
are there defense questions for this witness?
You have, Ms. Williams, no questions.
No. Okay. So are you asking that he stick around?
Yes, I'm asking
Okay.
that he temporarily.
All
be
right, you're excused from the stand, but you're not released, so if you can just stick around until the state lets you know one way or another.
Okay, thank you.
Call your next witness.
Summer good.
Are y'all able to hear the witness? Okay.
Let me speak into the microphone.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the mic might be better, because, yeah. Is there somebody who can swear the witness? Where did all the,
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm the testimony about to give and the matters pending before this court and this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, ma'am? I do. Okay, you can put your hand down. And if you'll just have a seat, and then make sure you pull the chair up a little bit, because you're very light spoken, so everybody can hear you, okay?
All right, witness number 3, we're moving on to the test today.
Now, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jurors, Ms. Good, where are you from?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, are you born and raised?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you do for work?
I'm a clerk.
Okay, and do you live in the majority of your family also live in the greater Atlanta area?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors how you know, or if you know, a gentleman named Quindarius Zachary?
I dated Quindarius Zachary.
Okay, and could you tell the jurors how long did you date Mr. Zachary?
I don't remember.
Okay, do you remember when you and Mr. Zachary met?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay, can you tell me when you guys met?
I don't know the date, but I remember it was after a club.
Okay, and do you and Mr. Zachary have any children together?
No.
Okay. And were you dating Mr. Zachary, let's say back in 2015?
I don't remember.
Okay. Now, let's see if we can try to jog your memory a little bit. So when you and Mr. Zachary were dating, did you ever share a home together?
I believe so.
Okay.
Mhm.
And did you call him Quindarius, or did you have a nickname that you generally called him?
D.
D?
Mhm.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, through your relationship, did you, I guess, can you tell them where Mr. Zachary was from? What part of Atlanta?
Capital Homes.
Okay. And where is Capital Homes?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Okay. And back in 2015, did Mr. Zachary
I
live
don't recall. I don't
off of
remember.
Cleveland Avenue with his mom?
I believe so.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you have an opportunity to go to his house where he lived with his mom off of Cleveland Avenue on multiple occasions?
Yes.
Okay. And just to orient the jurors, where on Cleveland Avenue, if you can describe, did they live?
I believe behind the Checkers.
The Checkers?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, during your time that you spent in a relationship with Mr. Zachary, can you tell the jurors, did you have an opportunity to kind of meet some of his friends or associates?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to meet a gentleman named Antonio Sledge?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what about someone named Shannon Stillwell?
Yes.
Okay. And what about someone named Jeffrey Williams?
No.
Okay. Do you know, was that somebody that Mr. Zachary would spend time with, someone named Jeffrey Williams?
That's what he told me.
Okay. And what about, had you ever had an opportunity to meet someone named Demikian Garlington?
Yes.
Okay. And were they, any of the people we just mentioned that you had met, did you, I guess, hang out with them often, go to restaurants or clubs or hang out at people's houses with them?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the time that you were dating and in a relationship with Mr. Zachary, can you tell the jurors, did you ever see him with firearms that he owned?
Yes, I was with him when he purchased one.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, when you were with him, where did he purchase a firearm?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember when you were with him, what kind of firearm or what the firearm looked like when you were there when he purchased it?
No.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, were there times, or were you with Mr. Zachary and were you aware in 2015 in May that Mr. Zachary was arrested?
Can you be specific?
In around May 7th, were you aware with Mr. Zachary when he was arrested?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you remember a time that when Mr. Zachary was in custody, he would call you, I guess, through the jail phone?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember that after one of the phone calls that you had with Mr. Zachary in September of 2015, you reached out to ATF agents?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember, can you tell the jurors why you reached out to ATF agents or law enforcement?
Because Quindarius wanted me to see why was he arrested.
Okay. And after that phone call on September 16th of 2015, did you go and meet with some agents and detectives at the City of Atlanta Police Department a couple days later?
I did.
Okay. And on September 18th of 2015, do you remember who you met with?
I don't.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors or describe for them, was it a man, a woman, was it both?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember multiple people being in the room when you were speaking with law enforcement on September 18th?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, when you arrived, I guess, to speak with the law enforcement agents, can you tell the jurors, did you talk with them about some of the guns that you knew that Mr. Zachary owned?
I believe so.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did you talk with them about some specific guns that he shared or gave to some friends that we've mentioned here today?
I remember hearing it, but I don't remember it actually happening.
Okay. So when you say you remember hearing it, prior to today, you had an opportunity to listen to a recording of your interview with ATF agents and members of the Atlanta Police Department.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And when you listened to that recording, did you recognize your voice?
I did.
Okay. And it's something that you listened to from start to beginning?
Yes.
Okay. And was there anything about that recording when you were speaking that made you think it wasn't your voice?
No.
Okay. And do you actually, you remember, or do you remember actually going to meet with them back in 2015? Maybe not the context or content of what was said, but you actually remember going to that meeting?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and during that meeting, do you remember talking with and telling the detectives that Mr. Zachary had given a firearm to Antonio Sledge?
Yes,
Okay, and do you remember talking to and describing the firearm that he had given to Antonio Sledge?
not really, but okay.
In listening to the recording, do you remember telling the detectives that he gave Antonio Sledge a small black handgun, the one that you were with him when he purchased it?
I do.
Okay, and
Yes. Do you want the witness to?
All right, our first standing objection here that we had to go off of camera for. They're going, I don't know where they're going with this. All we can do is wait and see. YSL trial day 144, Outcast Podcast, YouTube, live. Help me build this channel, everybody. If you don't mind, just like and subscribe. You don't have to come back. You just help me make it grow. YSL trial day 144. Let's see how long they go here. They go past what I can see. I'll let it run here for a minute. We don't want to lose our buff if we can help it. Our delay. Build that delay up so we can get past lunch. I don't know what's going on here. Up ahead a little bit here. I ain't got much up here. YSL trial, day 144, YouTube Outcast Podcast Live. Get the truth here, folks, not a bunch of hype.
Hey everybody, thank you so much for
Jesse.
watching our coverage of the Young Thug trial. Now I want to take a quick second and I want to tell you about this stream's awesome sponsor, Upside. So what's Upside? Upside is a free app that gets you cash.
See if we get past Jesse. See, I'm losing all my delay here. Really? The law and crime is just wild today. Come on, let's get it together, people. And we stream here. All right, so we're still in the sidebar. I'm gonna back it up just a tad here, try to get some of my delay back in. Waiting on the sidebar. Still waiting on the sidebar here. This might be an interesting sidebar. Pence must have some really good stuff here to read why this shit not continue. I don't know where they're going with this. I don't know where they're trying to tie in what they're trying to get her to testify to, but maybe here today unless she's got some real good reason for it to go in. Still waiting on this to deal with. But I've noticed
Bluetooth disconnected.
It's been a total waste of time so far.
Bluetooth connected.
Yep, here we go. All right, we're back, folks. Let's see where it goes.
Okay, so I want to talk to you, pivot just for a second. We talked a little bit earlier about some of the people that you described that you had met that were friends or associates of Mr. Zachary. Remember that?
Yes.
And you and Mr. Zachary, you dated for multiple, or did you date for multiple years?
I believe so.
Okay. And in the times that you and Mr. Zachary dated, can you describe for the jurors, did he, based on your personal knowledge, hang out with Mr. Williams, Jeffrey Williams, on a number of occasions?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
You want me to answer that?
Yes.
I've never actually seen him hang out with him.
Let me ask you this question. Did, you're familiar with social media, Instagram,
Objection
Facebook?
to the leading question.
Are you familiar with,
Overruled. Well, yeah.
are you familiar with social media like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, things like that?
Yes.
And do you have those things?
Yes.
And did Mr. Zachary back then also have Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all of those good things?
I believe so.
And in the number of years that you were in a relationship with Mr. Zachary, did you see photographs of Mr. Zachary and Mr. Williams together?
Yes, but I didn't think he knew him then.
Okay. Well, when you saw your testimony, you saw photographs where they were hanging out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
Yeah, no, I'm going to object. That's a mischaracterization of the witness's answer.
I'll rephrase. Were they hanging out in the photographs?
I don't know if they was hanging out. I'm not sure. I wasn't there, but it was a picture of them together.
Okay. And did you see pictures of the two of them together on multiple occasions?
I believe so.
Okay. And in the times that you were in a relationship with Mr. Zachary, did he travel with Mr. Williams?
Objection, hearsay.
I don't remember.
Rephrase.
Were there times when Mr. Zachary was traveling and you and Mr. Zachary be on a FaceTime call and you would see?
Objection to that leading question.
Did you FaceTime Mr. Zachary when he was traveling?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the agents that there were times that you would FaceTime Mr. Zachary when he was traveling?
I believe so, but I don't remember actually FaceTiming him while he was traveling.
Okay. But do you remember in the recording that you listened to, you described FaceTiming with Mr. Zachary at times?
I believe so.
And in one of the occasions that you described, or do you remember one of the occasions that you described FaceTiming with Mr. Zachary that he was traveling with Mr. Williams?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you remember, would you dispute that you said that during the recording that you listened to?
Can you repeat that question?
Would you, in the recording that you listened to, if that's in there, would you dispute that? Would you say that isn't true?
Are you asking would I say that it's true that he was traveling with Mr. Williams?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay. And do you remember during that interview, you also talked about times that you dropped Mr. Zachary off at the studio and Mr. Williams was there?
Objection.
Pointless
Calls
testimony.
for hearsay.
Here we go.
It's leading.
Pointless.
It's speculation.
Why?
Sustained
Judge Whitaker,
deleted.
please. Judge
So,
Whitaker.
let me break that down.
Please,
Were
Judge
there
Whitaker.
times during your
Please, Judge Whitaker, for the love of God, get control of your trial. Get control of it, woman.
relationship with Mr. Zachary that you dropped him off at different studios?
I don't remember.
Okay, do you remember telling the detectives that was something that you would do?
I believe so.
And do you remember telling the detectives on at least one occasion when you dropped Mr. Zachary off at the studio, Mr. Williams, you saw Mr. Williams?
I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember telling the detectives that?
I remember listening to it and saying it, but I don't remember seeing him.
So you heard yourself say that?
I did hear myself say that.
Now, during that interview with the ATF agents and the Atlanta Police Department, God bless you. Scary minutes. Now, you talked about other firearms that Mr. Zachary had given to
I'm going to
other
object to the
friends.
leading question.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yes. Do you remember talking and telling the agents and the detectives in September of 2015 about other firearms that Mr. Zachary had given to other friends?
I do, but I don't remember any other firearms.
Okay. And when you say I do you remember hearing yourself say that when you listened to the recording?
I do.
And do you remember hearing yourself say during that interview and on the recording that he gave?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's based on hearsay.
I might have to look at the recording, the
Okay.
interview.
State would say that it's accepted to hearsay because it's impeachment due to a prior inconsistent statement
Of
Mr. Zachary.
Same objection. There's no predicate for impeachment by an inconsistent statement.
Yeah, that's our issue that we discussed up here.
Well, can we approach?
Sure.
All right, here we go again. Let's see what happens with this one. Back into the bench sidebar they go. Apparently, there's something going on here that the defense, they're trying to get something in on Zachary through her for as a prior inconsistent statement. I don't know if they can be there or not. Looks like we might be coming back here. Hold on. I've seen somebody's head. Podcast, YSL trial day 144. YouTube live. Please like, subscribe. Help me grow. We will later this week be putting out daily videos on the channel with bits and pieces of trials. Then we're going to be showing entire trials. We're going to record them, load them up, put them in playlists, and let you guys look at them. I like some of the older trials that nobody's highlighted, and a lot of your bigger creators here have not highlighted these smaller trials. They've been dead focused in on YSL. Some of these smaller trials that are really important are not being shown. We're going to get those on here. We're going to make it happen. I may grow, I may not, but hey, we're going to give it a shot and see how it goes. But it's the second bench conference with this witness, apparently over the same amount of questions. Either there was confusion on the ruling, or this guy thinks he's ADA Love, and they're just going to get in whatever they want to get in. And anybody knows that DDA Love is acting totally different today. She's not acting like her usual self. I wonder if they didn't get control of her somehow, and she's scared or something. I don't know. Wow, that's a long conference here. It's about the only time you're going to see me talk unless I hear something really, really stupid. Then you'll hear me talk again. But I try not to comment too much. I try to let you guys enjoy the trial without all the huss and fuss. And you're free to comment and chat and talk in chat, and I'll talk back with you in chat or over the mic, depending on what's going on. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I'll get rid of the screen. All right, here, let me get back to this. Here we go. Get this music off of here. Looks like we're back. Outcast Podcast. Here we go. They just come back from a special conference. I don't know what's going on here just yet. They're bringing the witness back in. Line of questioning that wasn't going the way the defense wanted. And let's see when we get audio back from Law and Crime here.
Remember telling the detectives during the interview in September of 2015, where you described that Mr. Zachary and Mr. Williams were friends. Do you remember saying that?
I don't remember saying it, but I remember hearing it.
Do you remember hearing yourself say that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also remember or hearing yourself say and describe that Mr. Zachary and Mr. Williams traveled to places like Miami on multiple occasions?
I'm going to object again on the grounds of hearsay.
There's a lot of
He
hearsay
has
going on
personal
here.
knowledge.
Well,
A lot of hearsay.
sustained as to that, I
Do you
assume that's
remember-
what you're asking.
Do you remember telling the detectives and the agents that you had personal knowledge that Mr. Zachary and Mr. Williams traveled to Miami on multiple occasions?
I don't remember.
Do you remember hearing yourself say that?
I do.
Okay.
Unless it's that objection sustained because he did not go back to that line of questioning.
Now, I want to bring your attention to January 12th of 2015, okay? Do you remember talking to the detectives and the agents about an incident that happened at the Crystals off of Cleveland Avenue?
I do.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors who is Antrivia Smith?
My cousin.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors around that time in 2015 in January, was your cousin Miss Smith dating somebody that you knew by the nickname Kel?
I don't know who she was dating at the time.
Okay, and do you know or did you know someone who you referred to as Kel?
I don't.
Do you remember talking to the detectives and officers with the Atlanta Police Department about somebody you knew by the name of Kel?
I do.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, do you remember going to that Crystals to meet your cousin, Miss Smith, around 1 o'clock that morning on January 12th, 2015?
I do.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, were you driving?
I don't remember.
Okay, were you with anyone?
I believe so.
Okay, do you know a person with the last name Miss Anderson?
I do.
Okay, and do you remember talking to me yesterday about the fact that she was in the passenger seat of your car that night when you went to the Crystals to meet your cousin?
I do.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors what you remember when you got to the Crystals that you did?
I remember pulling up on the side of my cousin, and me and her was talking and playing, and then we heard gunshot.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, you said you heard gunshots. Do you remember talking to the
A gunshot.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the detectives and telling them where the gunshot came from?
I do.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors?
I believe I told them that the guy in the passenger seat had shot the gun.
Okay. And in the passenger seat of whose car?
My cousin.
Ms. Smith?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, I guess, who that person was in the passenger seat of your cousin's car, Ms. Smith?
I don't know him, so I don't know, but they told me that it was the guy that she was dating.
Well, I don't want you to tell me what anybody else said, but let me ask you this question. Do you remember telling officers that responded that night, as well as agents and other detectives on September 18th of 2015, that the person in the passenger seat of your cousin's car was someone that you knew by the nickname Kel?
I do.
And do you remember hearing yourself on that recording and from that night on January 12th, describing to them how you had just requested him on Instagram?
I do.
And do you remember providing them with the Instagram handle for Mr. Kell?
I do.
Okay. And do you remember the Instagram? Do you remember what Instagram handle you told the officers and the detectives what Mr. Kell's handle or ID was?
I think I believe. I don't know.
Okay. You said you think you believe so?
I don't really remember.
Okay. Well, can you describe for the jurors or tell the jurors the handle that you remember giving to the Atlanta Police Department that night?
I think it was like BMG something. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember it being BGC MB_ Shell Kell?
Probably so.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what kind of car was your cousin driving that night? Do you remember?
I don't.
Do you remember telling the officers that responded that your cousin was in a red Pontiac Grand Prix?
I don't.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors after the officers arrived, after the shooting incident, well, first, were you injured?
I was not.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors after you spoke with the officers where you went? Do you remember?
I don't remember where I went.
Okay. Do you remember telling them and talking to me yesterday about the fact that you went to Mr. Zachary's home off of Cleveland Avenue that we talked about today, where he lived with his mom?
I believe so, but I don't remember where I went.
Okay. And do you remember telling the officers and talking to me yesterday that when you got to Mr. Zachary's apartment that early morning, that Mr. Zachary wasn't there?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you remember what you told the detectives and what you told me yesterday as to where he was on January 12th of 2015?
I believe I said Miami.
Okay. And do you remember telling the detectives that you knew he was in Miami because that's when you had FaceTimed him earlier that day, and he was in Miami?
Probably so.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors how you know someone named Miss Alexis Bryant?
That's Quindarius' cousin.
Okay. And back in 2015, was that somebody that you would consider a friend or you'd hang out with?
I guess, like, yeah.
Okay. Was she somebody that you had hung out with or been with on more than one occasion?
Yes.
Okay. And had you been to her home in the Eagles Nest apartment complex before?
Yes.
And about how many times do you think you had been to her apartment?
I don't remember.
More than one?
Probably so.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, have you ever been to a club here in Atlanta called Club Crucial?
I have.
Okay. And is that somewhere you had been more than once before April 28th, 2015?
Probably so.
Okay. Well, was that a spot that you and Mr. Zachary and his friends, whoever it may be, would hang out on, I guess, a monthly basis or more than once a month?
I guess you could say that.
Okay. Now, do you remember talking to the detectives back in September of 2015 about a fight that you saw at Club Crucial on April 28th of 2015?
I do, but I don't remember a fight. I remember hearing it, but I don't remember a fight.
Okay. And when you were listening to that recording, do you remember telling the detectives that the fight?
Objection to the leading question.
Do you remember telling the detectives that Mr. Garlington was jumped that night?
I remember hearing myself say that.
Okay. And you remember hearing yourself say that you actually witnessed the fight?
I remember hearing myself say that.
Okay. And do you remember during that recording, who you told the detectives kind of jumped in to help Mr. Garlington when he was being beat up?
I remember hearing myself say Antonio Sledge.
Okay. Do you remember also telling the detectives that person you knew as Tay jumped in to help as well?
I don't remember telling. I remember hearing myself say it. So I remember hearing myself say that.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, how do you know Tay?
I don't remember how I know him.
Okay. Do you remember telling the detectives that you knew Tay through Miss Bryant?
Probably so.
And telling the detectives that Tay was Miss Bryant's boyfriend?
Probably so.
And can you tell the jurors what you remember saying or what you remember hearing yourself say in that recording after the fight was broken up, what you did?
I don't remember what I said.
Do you remember telling the detectives that at that point you were leaving the club? Remember that?
Probably so.
And can you tell the jurors what you remember telling the detectives happened as you were leaving Club Crucial?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I believe it's appropriate to ask what happened before we ask what she said.
Do you remember what happened when you walked out of Club Crucial that early morning on April 28th of 2015?
I do not.
I don't know what it is. It's not me. I'm not wearing one. Do you remember? So you said you don't remember what happened when you walked out to the parking lot of Club Crucial?
I don't.
Do you remember hearing yourself on that recording describe to the detectives and the agents what happened?
Kinda, yes.
Okay, what do you remember hearing yourself say?
I believe I said I went to Alexis Bryant's house.
Okay, and what did you tell the detectives happened before you went to Miss Bryant's house?
I don't remember.
Because you don't remember telling the detectives and then talking to me yesterday and telling me that when you were in the parking lot, a shooting happened at Club Crucial.
No, I don't remember telling you that either yesterday.
Okay. And now you said after you left Club Crucial, how did you get to Ms. Bryant's house?
I don't remember.
Okay. And when you say you went to Miss Bryant's house, is this the same apartment that we talked about a little earlier that you had been to on multiple occasions?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors who was at Miss Miss Bryant's house when you went there that early morning on April 28th?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Alexis being there?
Not really, but I'm pretty sure she was there.
Okay. Well, do you think that you went to Miss Bryant's house by yourself?
No.
Okay. Did you have a key to Miss Bryant's house?
No.
So in order to get in, would Miss Bryant or somebody she lived with have to let you in?
Yes.
Okay. And you got into her apartment that morning, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember how long you were at Miss Bryant's home?
I don't.
Let me ask you this question. You said you don't remember, but how do you know that you were there?
Because I remember I was there.
Okay, so you remember that part?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors while you were there what happened that early morning at the apartment?
I was asleep. I was drunk, sleep, and I woke up to a call from Quindarius, and he told me.
Don't tell me what Mr. Zachary told you. Just tell me what you remember hearing or what happened at the apartment that you physically observed or heard.
I heard gunshots.
Okay. And do you remember how many gunshots you heard?
No.
All right. And is that what woke you up, the gunshots?
The second time, yes.
Okay. And after you heard the gunshots, can you tell the jurors kind of what happened or what was going on inside of Miss Bryant's apartment? You remember?
What you mean?
Well, did you get up? Did you leave? Did you go back to sleep? What did you do after you heard gunshots?
I don't remember what I did. I just remember waking up the next morning at my mom's house.
Okay. And well, let me ask you this question. When you heard gunshots, do you believe, do you remember if it was more than one, two, was it multiple?
It was multiple.
Okay. And did hearing the gunshots or the gunshots that woke you up the second time, did that surprise you? Like, were you expecting to hear gunshots that night?
No, but it didn't surprise me either.
Okay. Why not?
It just didn't.
Wow.
We said it just didn't. Can you explain to the jurors why it just didn't surprise you?
Objection as to relevance.
Because
Here we go.
I wasn't scared, so it didn't surprise me.
Did any of the gunshots that you heard, did they come into Miss Bryant?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you talk to any police after you heard gunshots that early morning?
I don't remember, honestly.
I don't remember. I don't recall. She's been trained. She talked to Zachary before she came in, what she did. So she's got the lines down.
Now,
perfect. I don't recall. I
let's
don't
talk
remember.
A little bit about something that you
Don't
listened
recall.
to
Don't
in the
remember. I need to
recording.
list on her.
Agents in September of 2015. Can you tell the jurors, do you remember talking to them about Donovan Thomas or Nuts murder?
I believe I heard myself say something about it.
Okay. And do you remember talking to the detectives about where Mr. Zachary was when Mr.
I'm going to object to the hearsay. That it calls for hearsay.
It doesn't. The answer does not.
Okay. I'll listen to the rest of the question and then make a determination.
Do you remember talking to the detectives about how you knew where Mr. Zachary was when Mr. Thomas was killed.
Okay, overruled.
I believe so.
Okay. And do you remember telling the detectives that he was actually?
Objection to the leading question and that it calls for hearsay.
Do you remember what you told the detectives as to why you had personal knowledge of where Mr. Zachary was?
I do.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors?
I was with him.
Okay. And when you say you were with him, were you at his house, your house? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you remember talking to the detectives about how you had personal knowledge of where Antonio Sledge was during that time?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about that, how you knew where he was?
I believe I told them that they were on FaceTime together.
Questions for this witness by any of the defense attorneys?
1 second, please, Judge.
Sure.
They may or may not question her. I'm not sure if they're going to or not. She wasn't very helpful to the prosecution at all. I don't know if the defense is going to get anything out of her or not. Looks like Max Sharp might be coming after her. I don't know. There's Mr. Matthews going over to Steele and Adams. I guess they're going to try to decide if it's worth doing anything with her or not. My guess is no, but no questions for Mr. Williams.
No questions from Mr. Williams.
Anyone else? All right. Ms.
Sharp.
Kidd, thank you for your time.
All
You're
right.
excused. Call your next witness.
Here we go.
Sergeant Fernandez.
Okay.
They're moving through these witnesses pretty fast today, but I haven't really seen any relevant testimony yet. Nothing that throws me for a loop. You know what I'm saying? YSL Trial Day 144, Outcast Podcast, YouTube Live. All right, here we go with the next witness. Another cop.
I do. Statement, spell your first and last name for the court's down.
Cesar Fernandez, Cesar, Fernandez, Fernandez.
Good morning, Sergeant Fernandez.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jurors where you are currently employed, sir?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the City of Atlanta Police Department?
A little over 13 years.
Okay. And you're a sergeant now?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors back in 2015 where within the City of Atlanta Police Department were you specifically assigned?
I was assigned to Zone 3 Morning Watch Patrol.
Okay. And how long, I guess, were you a patrol officer in Zone 3 prior to 2015?
Between 6-7 years.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, were you pretty familiar with, I guess, Cleveland Avenue in Zone 3?
Yes.
And did you have the occasion on April 28th of 2015, a little after 1 a.m., to be dispatched to the Crystals off of Cleveland Avenue?
Was that the date? I thought it was.
Excuse me, I misspoke. On January 12th of 2015, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What was the question again?
So were you dispatched to 349 Cleveland Avenue, the Crystals, that early morning around 1 a.m.?
Yes. I was actually initially dispatched 445 Cleveland Avenue, which is apartment complex, in regards to the incident occurring at 349 Cleveland Avenue at the Crystals.
Okay. And the apartment complex, is that pretty, I guess, close in proximity to the Crystals?
Yes.
And are both of those addresses of the apartment complex as well as the Crystals here, City of Atlanta, Fulton County?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors why were you dispatched to that general area that early morning?
I was dispatched to a dispute with a weapon. When I arrived to the scene of the apartment complex, I met with the two victims, and they advised that they were at the Crystals, and they pulled up to speak to one of the victim's cousins that was in the drive-through. And I guess there was a verbal exchange with the passenger in that vehicle. At some point, that passenger pulled out a weapon and fired a shot into the air.
Okay, and the two females that you spoke to when you arrived was that Miss Good and Miss Anderson?
Yes.
And after you took their statements, did you physically go to the Crystals?
I had another officer check the actual Crystals location for any evidence.
Okay, and were you able, or was, based on your knowledge of the investigation, any ballistics or shell casings found?
No, we weren't able to locate any casings. It was likely that the casing was possibly within the vehicle, since the weapon wasn't outside of the vehicle, from my understanding.
Okay, and you are speaking with Miss Good. You mentioned that she talked about her cousin.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah. Okay, and do you remember the name that she gave you of her cousin?
I'd have to.
Looking at your report, refresh your recollection.
Yes.
When you're done, just look up.
Yes, Miss Smith.
Did looking at your report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors what was the name of Miss Good's cousin?
Miss Centrivia Smith.
Okay, and in speaking with Miss Good, were you provided with the address of Miss Smith?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, do you remember what that address was?
Yeah, I'd have to look at my report again.
Looking at your report, refresh your recollection, just look up when you're done. Is your recollection refreshed as to the address that you were given for Miss Smith?
Yes.
Okay. What address was that?
It's 2905 Springdale Road.
Okay. And after you were given that address, did you and some of your fellow officers go to that address?
Correct.
And can you tell the jurors when you all went to that address, what were you able to determine, or what came about that?
The vehicle in question, Miss Smith's vehicle, was parked in front of the apartment building where she resided.
Okay. And did you attempt to make a contact? Did you knock on the door?
Yes, we attempted to make contact, but no one answered at the door.
Okay. And after you attempted to make contact, can you tell the jurors what you kind of did next as it related to this part of the investigation?
If I'm not mistaken, at that point, we just made our notifications and notified investigators that the vehicle was in fact out there. I don't believe we did anything with the vehicle at that time.
Okay. And just to go back to the incident at the Crystals, did you attempt to get any video from, I guess, the exterior of the Crystals that night?
I can't remember what Officer Glass did in regards to that. I remember that the employees at the Crystals advised that they didn't.
Sustained.
Okay. Based on your investigation and your role, were you ever able to obtain any video surveillance?
I wasn't.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions pending redirect.
Any questions for this witness?
No, thank you.
Anybody? Nope. Okay. Thank you for your time. You are excused. Let's take a restroom break, and then y'all can have your next witness ready. All right, we'll take 10 minutes or whenever the jury gets back.
Thanks, Your Honor.
All right, I stepped away for a second there, so I'm not sure what's going on. We're going to backtrack this a little bit here, just so I can see what's up. Too early for a morning break, I would think. Let's see. See if we can find out what's going on here real quick. My food ready.
All right, we'll take 10 minutes or whenever the jury gets back.
All right, yeah, we're on a quick break here. All right, we'll be right back. YSL Day 144, live, YouTube, Outcast Podcast. Court is on a brief recess. Jurors needed a break. YSL Day 144. So far, nothing very substantial happened today. Several witnesses coming in trying to tie the crime scenes into YSL. Zachary's ex-girlfriend brought in for all intents and purposes, trying to get her to rat out on him. I don't think she was very effective. A lot of the witnesses they're bringing in are not effective at all. I mean, they're just not. You don't have an effective questioning. You don't have an effective witness at all. This is not an effective witness, in my opinion. None of them today have been effective. But I've noticed that since Love is not doing any questioning, we've done 2 sidebars. But Love would have been like, all right, we need to send the jury out because we need to argue, fuss, and fight over this. And this new guy, I guess he's taken over as lead. Because I'm still thinking that they're going to find out that DDA Love and DDA Sprinkle were talking while he was on the stand on that laptop. I got a feeling that's going to be discovered. And I have a feeling that's going to be your mistrial right there. They're going to find corruption between DDA Sprinkle and DDA Love, and they're going to end it right there. That's what I'm looking to happen. But we're going to keep things rock and rolling here on the YSL Trial Day 144, live YouTube Outcast Podcast. Again, I do not talk a lot during the actual testimony, breaks, sidebars. That's when I'll do most of my commentary because I want you to hear everything that's going on. I may stop it if something crazy goes on. I may stop it if something crazy goes on. But other than that, I'm not going to do a lot of commenting because I want you to hear what's going on with this trial. YSL Day 144. Hey, what do you think about it? Leave a comment. You can email outcastpodcast@gmail.com. Any questions, comments, concerns? And I will happily answer them for you, whether it's live or if it's some other way, whether it's email or comments, however you choose to do it. I see some movement here now. So I don't know if we're getting ready for the jury to come back in or not. I got a feeling we're going to have more question time with the judge here when they do come back. But I'm going to go ahead and pull out of here now and start eating my food that just got ready. Outcast Podcast Live, YouTube. Help us grow. Help us become the channel we want to be. Where you can come get all your information. Get the truth and not the hype. Outcast Podcast, YouTube. We're not on Twitch today, just YouTube. All right, folks, I'm going to let y'all listen to the music here for a few minutes, and then I'm going to eat my food. And as soon as they're back, we'll start back up. Outcast Podcast, live. Well, I found my buffer again. That'll be all right. I accidentally stopped. I'll do that. Somehow, I stopped the whole thing.
We do need the court reporter.
I think she's.
Okay. And y'all can go ahead and get the next witness in. But then we need to find the court. Okay, well, I'm sure she'll be right back. Thank you. So when Reed gets here, just give us a heads up beforehand, okay? We're ready. Oh, no problem.
Sorry about that, folks. A little problem with the dog there. New puppy. He's had to go outside, but I can't let him go outside by himself yet. So anyway, YSL Day 144 live Outcast podcast on YouTube. Like, subscribe, help me grow. Let's get back to business here. We're live, YouTube.
She hadn't been sworn. Can you stand up and be sworn?
You raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I have a seat. State and spell your first and last name for the court. Please down to the mic.
Wakethia Brock, Wykethia.
Pull that mic real close to you, okay?
Wakethia Brock, Wykethia, Brock.
And Ms. Brock, good morning.
Good morning.
Where are you from?
Atlanta.
Okay. And were you born and raised here?
Yes.
All right. And do you work?
Yes.
What type of work do you do?
I'm a manager.
All right. And in 2015, where did you live?
Oakland City.
Oakland City?
Yes.
And what was your address in 2015 in Oakland City?
878 Oakland City. Oakland Drive.
All right. And how long did you live at that residence?
Like 8 years.
And so in 2015, you had lived there for 8 years?
I guess, yeah.
All right. And do you have any siblings?
Yes.
How many?
It's 10 of us.
It's 10. I want to specifically ask you about 2. Do you know someone by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
Is that one of your siblings?
Yes.
And do you also know someone by the name of Rontrez Brock?
Yes.
Is he one of your siblings?
Yes.
Between the 3 of you, who's oldest?
Rontrez.
All right. And then who's next?
Me.
And then is Kenneth younger than both of you?
Yes.
Right. Back in 2015, did Kenneth ever live with you or stay with you at your home on 878 Oakland Drive?
Yes.
All right. How often would he stay at that home?
Whenever.
Did you say whenever?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 1 Triple D.
It'll come up on that screen right in front of you if you don't want to have to strain your neck.
Do you recognize what's in State's Exhibit 1 Triple D?
Yes.
How do you recognize what's in State's Exhibit 1 Triple D?
That's where I stayed.
It is at the house at 878 Oakland Drive.
Yes.
Now, Rontrez Brock, did he ever live at that home with you and Kenneth?
Yes.
All right. And in 2015, did Rontrez have another address where he was living?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did he ever live off of Maury Avenue?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know. I
And is
remember.
that
I
the
don't
village at
recall.
Carver Homes?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes for me?
I need to start. I don't recall.
And do
I
you
don't
know
remember.
while Rontrez was living at the village at Carver Homes, with Kenneth Copeland ever stay with him at that location sometimes?
Yes.
And back in 2015, do you recall if your brother Rontrez had a vehicle?
I guess, yeah.
Specifically,
Ma'am, I'm going to need you to just pull the whole mic closer to you. It moves. Like, pull the base of it closer to you.
specifically, do you remember if he ever had a white Dodge Charger?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to January 13th, 2015. Did you ever have the occasion to call the police to come to your home?
I did.
Why did you have to call the police to come to your house?
Because I got a threat on Instagram.
Okay. And once you got the threat on Instagram, was there else?
Say it again.
You got a threat on Instagram. Was there anything else? Was there any other reason why you called the police?
No.
All right. Did you ever have any damage to your home?
When? Before or after?
After receiving the threat.
Okay, make it make sense with.
Sure. Let me ask you this. Did you ever have your home shot with bullets?
Yes.
Okay. And was that around the same time you received this threat?
That was after I got locked up.
Okay. When did you get locked up?
After I called the police.
Okay, so you got a threat,
Mm-hmm.
got locked up, and then you called the police?
I got a threat. I called the police. They escorted me to my grandma's house. They called me back out and locked me up.
Okay. Once you were locked up, did you ever come home and found that your home was had been shot at or shot up?
Yes.
All right. How long between the time you got locked up and the time you got home? Do you remember how many days that was?
It was the same day.
The same day.
Mm-hmm.
When you got home, what did you find? What do you remember seeing when you came home and saw that your home had been shot up?
Bullet holes. Bullet holes.
Okay. And did you know who had shot up your home?
No.
Right. And when the police came out to the location, did you give that information to the police that you came home and your home had been shot up?
Yes.
All right. And prior to you going to jail, had your home been shot up?
No.
Had anything like that ever happened to your house while you were living there those
No.
8 years? I'm going to show you a few other pictures. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 3 Triple D. Were you out there when the police took any of these pictures?
No.
All right. I'm going to show you 15 Triple D. I'm going to show you 19 Triple D. 23 Triple D. 24 Triple D. 28 Triple D. And 29 Triple D. Was that the holes and the damage that you found to your home when you came home after being released from jail back in January 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And is that everything that you showed the police back when you called the police to report that this occurred at your house?
Yes.
All right. Court. And let me ask you this. Were you locked up for calling the police or were you locked up for something else?
Something else.
Okay. And what was that?
A fade up here.
All right. All right. I have no further questions.
Thank
Any
you, Your Honor.
defense attorneys?
No questions.
None? Okay. All right, Ms. Brock, thank you for your time, and you are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to call Mr. Emmett Yarborough to the stand.
They're fine right through these witnesses today, folks. Not playing around, but I haven't yet hear any substantive testimony. That's really rocking my world today.
Raise your right hand.
Might not be a very big highlight reel. That officer's back. Here we go. He was being recalled from earlier.
All right. Pronounce your first and last name. Spell your first and last name for the court's work. Loud and clear.
Emmett Yarborough, EMMETTYARBROUGH.
Good morning, Mr. Yarborough. Are you employed?
Yes,
And what do you do for work?
I work for the Department of Public Works.
And how long have you worked in that capacity?
I've been there 3 months.
Okay, specifically, what's your job?
I can empty the trash can for the city.
And where do you live?
Outside the city right now.
Okay. And was there ever a time that you lived inside the city?
Yes,
And when you say the city, what city are you referencing?
Atlanta.
Okay. And do you recall residing at an address of 88 Venera Avenue, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia?
Yeah.
Sorry, I know I normally don't do this, but where is this going? Let's get there quickly.
Yes.
Okay. And in what county is that address located?
Fulton.
And from what time frame did you live there?
I say like from 2010 and 2015.
Okay. And did you live with anyone at that address or did you live there alone?
No, me and my wife.
Okay. And what is your wife's name?
April Quarterman.
Okay. I'm sorry, you said the last name?
April Quarterman.
Okay. And how long have you been married?
8 years.
How long have you been together?
25.
And do you all share any children in common?
No, just stepkids.
Okay. And what's the names of your stepchildren?
David Quarterman, DeAnthony Quarterman, Deshaun Quarterman.
Okay. Is Deshaun a girl or a boy?
A girl.
And I'm going to direct your attention, just a brief moment. I'm going to direct your attention to the date of January 11th, 2015. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you remember about that date in brief?
It's depending on what you tell me.
Sure. Do you recall law enforcement coming out to your home on that morning?
Yes.
What do you recall about them having to come to your home on that morning for?
My house was shot up.
All right. I want to unpack some of that. Around or about what time would you say, Mr. Yarborough, was your home shot up?
Anywhere between 11:45, 12 o'clock that night.
And what were you doing at that time when your home was shot up?
I was sleeping.
Okay. And in the home that you're describing, about how many bedrooms are there in?
That was three bedroom. It was a 3-bedroom house.
And was anyone else home at the time that it was shot up, as you described?
No, I was the only one there.
Okay. And when you were asleep, and you heard the shots, well, let me ask this question. Did you hear the shots ring out that impacted your home?
Yes, that what woke me up.
Okay. And when you heard the shots that hit your home, what, if anything, did you do at that time?
I hit the floor once I realized it were gunshots.
Right. And were these gunshots shots that were single fire shots, or did they sound like a machine gun?
No, it was a machine gun.
All right. And when you say machine gun, are you saying that it sounded like they were in rapid succession?
They were shooting an AK-47.
Okay. And where was your wife at the time that the shooting occurred?
She was at my sister's birthday party.
Okay. Were you supposed to be there that evening?
Yes.
And why did you choose not to go?
I wasn't feeling good. I had a headache.
When the shooting was occurring at your home, about how long did it last?
Probably about anywhere between 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay. And when the shooting, after the shooting occurred, I should say, did you happen to see anybody?
No.
Did you hear anybody?
No, I did not.
What was the next thing that you did after hearing the shots?
I called 911, then I called my wife.
Okay. And did you call any of your stepchildren?
No.
Okay. And what did you tell your wife?
That our house was just shot up.
And did she come to the home? Do you recall if she came to the home after receiving that call?
Yes, she came immediately.
Did anyone else come to the home after that news had been delivered?
Yeah, I had several relatives pull up. Then our kids started pulling up.
Okay. Was Deshaun Quarterman amongst the children that came to the home that evening?
Not at first. We were still trying to locate her.
Okay. And why were you trying to locate her?
Because we had got word that it was a threat on her life.
Objection to the hearsay.
Sustained.
Without saying what anybody said, why were you looking for your stepdaughter at that time?
We were trying to make sure all our kids were safe.
Your Honor, that does not call.
Overruled.
You may answer the question.
We were trying to make sure all our kids were safe because our house was just shot up for no reason.
Okay. Was there a time that Deshaun lived at that home located at 88 Venera Avenue, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia?
Yeah, she stayed there until she graduated high school in 2011 before she went off to college.
Okay. Would she stay there? Would she stay there or spend the night at different times during that time frame after she had graduated?
No, she had got her own apartment.
Okay. And around what side of town did she stay on?
Over there off of by Carver Home.
Okay. And what side of town do you know that to be?
The west side.
Okay. And do you know, can you describe what relationship, well, let me ask this question. Do you know a person by the name of Kenneth Copeland, AKA Lil Woody?
Yes.
How do you know Lil Woody?
He has a child by Deshaun, which is my granddaughter.
And how old is that child?
She's 10. She turned 10 this year.
Okay. And were there ever times where Deshaun and Lil Woody would be over your home together?
Yes.
Would how often would you say that Lil Woody would be present at your home?
It wasn't often because I actually didn't want a lot of people at my house.
Okay. Was there any particular reason? Let me rephrase. Did you have a problem with Woody being at your home?
I had a problem because I had a daughter who had a boyfriend who wanted to spend the night with her, and I wasn't going to allow that.
That's fair. That's fair. Did you have any other reason to not want her, to not want Woody near your home?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled.
Could I answer that question?
Yes, you can.
Being a parent and knowing that he was a street guy, nobody want their daughter talking to a street guy, basically, bottom line.
Okay. And I hear you say something about being a street guy. What do you have in mind when you say that?
Woody was in the streets.
Okay. When you say in the streets, do you say, is it fair to say that you are articulating that he was around people you didn't like?
I didn't know too much knowing about it that he hung with, but it's just the things that you heard that he did in the street.
Okay. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor. When the gunfire hit your home, were you impacted by any of the shots?
No, was I hurt?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Do you know anyone else in the community or nearby area to have been hurt or their home affected by the gunfire?
Cause for hearsay, objection.
Rephrase.
Did you see anyone else in the community injured?
No.
Did you see anyone else's home impacted by gunfire?
No, I did not see it.
Did you see anyone else's vehicles impacted by the gunfire that rang out that morning?
No.
How long did your daughter, Deshawn Quarterman, date Lil Woody?
I think they wound up separating probably like a couple of months after the baby was born because he was in and out of jail.
I'm sorry, you said after the...
They broke up a couple of months after their baby was born.
Okay. Sorry. And do you know if they ever resumed their relationship after that initial breakup?
No, they were just friends.
Okay. And I want to circle back to something you said earlier when you testified about initially hearing the shots. How do you know that the shots were an AK-47?
I'm from the projects. I know what an AK-47 sound like.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you've heard it shot on more than one occasion?
Yes, once again, I'm from the projects.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And how do you know, I'm going to circle back to something you said earlier. How do you know that Lil Woody was in the streets, as you say?
He was from McKinneyville.
Okay.
As everybody know, and 30 Deep was from McKinneyville.
Do you know Lil Woody to be a part of 30 Deep at that time? Did you know him to be a part of 30 Deep?
No, I did not. I just know they reside in McKinneyville.
And when you say 30 Deep, what do you know that to be?
It was a gang. It was a group of guys that went around running in stores, running out with blue jeans.
You started to say something and it sounded like you hesitated. Were you about to say, what were you about to say?
About what?
About 30 Deep, when you said it was a group and then you hesitated. What were you about to say?
It was a group of guys that ran in and out of stores stealing blue jeans.
Is it fair to call that group of guys that do what you just described a gang?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. Don't answer that, please. Do you have personal knowledge that Lil Woody was a part of 30 Deep?
No, I do not.
Okay. When Deshawn and Lil Woody ended up breaking up, did they continue a co-parenting relationship that worked?
As long as he was out of jail.
Okay. Did you know the group that you described Lil Woody to be around ever to be known as the Blue Jean Bandits?
I think the media gave them that name.
Sustained.
Do you know the name of Blue Jean Bandits?
Objection on irrelevance.
Sustained.
Just a brief moment. Your Honor, may we approach?
I'm sorry, what you say?
May we approach, Your Honor, on the last room briefly?
You may.
Okay, I got up. I had to go do something with the puppy again. Let me see what we missed here. Are they going to lunch or are we going on? What are we doing here? Back it up a little bit.
Do you know the,
Or
have
are
you,
we
do
on
you
a
know the name Blue Jean Bandits?
conference here?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
Sustained.
Just a brief moment. Your Honor, may we approach?
I'm sorry, what you say?
May we approach, Your Honor, on the last room briefly?
You may.
Okay, so we were going into a bench conference. Okay, that's what's going on. Okay. I had to get up for a second, so. That explains what's going on. All right, let me bounce on up here. And we'll see what's going on. But so far today, I've seen nothing of any substance. I don't even have anything to make notes for on the highlight reel. That's how much this sucks. I may have to go watch one of the past days and make a highlight reel, but there ain't nothing going on here. At all. All right, we're back.
Do you know what kind of car Woody drove?
Woody didn't own a car.
Okay. Did he operate one from time to time?
You know, he probably had plenty of people probably gave him their car, but I don't think he actually owned the car.
Okay. You earlier said that you didn't want Woody to spend the night at your home. Were there times that you found out that he did?
Yes.
And based on the frequency of him being at the house, strike that. I want to ask that question, Your Honor. Have you heard of a name a person by the name of Demise McMullen, or AKA Nard?
I heard of a Nard.
Okay. And have you ever seen him around the area of 88 Venera Avenue?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Probably need some clarification as to when witnesses says he knows
Sustained.
Nard.
Okay.
Do you understand the
I
objection?
do understand.
Okay.
How do you know Nard?
I couldn't hear you.
That's not the objection, and that doesn't address the issue. The issue would be whether or not the person he knows as Nard is the other name mentioned by the prosecutor.
All right. I'll ask a foundational question, Your Honor.
All right.
All right. Do you know the Nard that you're speaking of to be one of the defendants in this case?
No.
Okay. Is that a no, you don't know for certain, or is that a no, that is not the person you're talking about?
That is not the person I'm talking about.
Okay.
I missed that too. 253. What's going on there?
Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor.
They're having a time with their witnesses. The state does not have their crap together.
No further questions
The
for this witness.
must still
Thank
be
you.
in
Are there
charge.
defense questions for this witness?
No questions, Your Honor.
I don't know what's going on here.
No. All right. Mr. Yarborough, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
State House Janice Merriweather.
Miss Left calling somebody. See what happens there. They're fine two witnesses today. We're at 11:17. Court started a little after 9. They're rocking and rolling through witnesses this morning, but not one of these witnesses, in my opinion, was even necessary at all. But it be what it be. All right, here we go. I see Love up. I see Hilton up. So I'm not sure who's going to be questioning this witness. All we can do is kind of wait and see here. That wasn't Woody, was it? Is that Woody? Hopefully it wasn't Woody. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Spell your name first and last name.
My name is Janice Merriweather, JANICE MERRIWEATHATR.
Good morning, Miss Merriweather.
Good morning.
Do you have a son by the name of? Do you have a son by the? Did you have a son by the name of Kenneth Hurst, aka Kenny Boo?
Yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Hurst have any children prior to his passing?
Yes.
How many children did he have?
6.
And do you have any other children?
No, those are my only son.
Do you have any daughters?
Adopted daughters, yes.
All right. Do you have any more grandchildren?
No.
Okay.
I have 2 great grands.
Okay. And was there a time that you resided at 193 Hendricks Avenue?
Yes.
And
this guy's stuttering like he don't know what the heck he's doing.
Just a brief moment, Your Honor. Do you know Waikithia Brock?
Yes.
And who is that to you?
My grandkid's mother.
Okay. And how many grandchildren did she give you?
4.
And what is her relationship to Kenneth Hurst?
With his girlfriend.
Okay. And I want to ask you a few questions, Ms. Merriweather. Do you recall your home being shot up on January 12th, 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall law enforcement coming out that day in reference to such activity?
Like I said, I can't remember. The only time I remember was 2015.
Yes, that's the date I just referenced, January 12th, 2015.
That might have been it.
Okay. It's fair to say it's been a while since that date. Yes, ma'am. And on that day of January 12th, 2015, what were you doing when your house was shot up?
In the bed.
Okay. Were you asleep?
Yes.
And was it early morning?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time that you heard the shots ring out and hit your home, what, if anything, did you do at that time?
Got on the floor.
Okay. And was anyone else home with you at that time?
Yes.
Who was with you at home?
Charlisa Gaines, Lucille Moore, and Charlisa kids.
Who is Charlisa Gaines?
My adopted daughter.
Okay. And who is Lucille Moore?
My mother.
Okay. And do you recall about how long the shots rang out?
How long did they?
Yes, ma'am.
Say that again.
Yes, ma'am. Did the shooting last a long time or a short time?
It lasted a pretty long time to shoot up my house.
Yes, ma'am. Which of your grandchildren were there at that time?
He was a baby Cam.
Okay. And was there a time during that, before or after that shooting, that Charlisa came to the home, if you recall?
Charlisa came to the home. I think it was before the shooting. I'm not. I think it was before the shooting.
Okay. Did she come after the shooting occurred to pick up her children?
No. Was it before or after? It had to be before the shooting.
Okay.
Because he had to get on the floor too.
Okay. And When after the shots were fired, do you know who called the law enforcement?
I called them then.
And did they respond to your home? Did they come?
Yeah, they came.
And
I don't know what time it was, but they came.
Okay. Do you recall if the shot sounded like a handgun or a bigger gun?
A bigger gun.
When you say a bigger gun, do you say does it sound like it went in rapid succession?
Yeah, like that.
Okay. Was anyone hurt as a result of the shooting?
No, nothing but my house.
And when you say your house, what property outside of the structure of the home was affected?
My windows.
Okay.
My furniture, my dining room, my TVs, my washroom, bedroom.
Right. Do you recall your home being shot up a second time on February 10th, 2015?
I wasn't at home then, I don't think.
Okay. Excuse me. When you returned home to find your home shot up, what, if anything, did you do on that day?
I can't remember.
Stupid questions. Stupid.
I can't remember.
Do you recall if you were washing clothes?
I know I had put some clothes in the washer.
Okay. Do you recall if anyone else had returned to the home with you on February 10, 2015?
Mm-mm.
Do you recall if on February 10th, 2015, if there was anyone, excuse me, I'll rephrase. Do you recall on February 10th, 2015, if law enforcement came to your house that second time?
I think so.
Okay. And what property other than the structure of your home the second time was damaged by the shots?
The back of my house.
Okay. And prior to these first and second shootings of your home at 193 Hendricks Avenue, had anything like that ever happened at your home before?
No.
Okay. Do you know who would have done such a thing to your home?
No, I don't.
Okay. Was anyone present inside your home? I know you said you were gone, but was anyone else present inside your home on February 10th, 2015, when the second shooting occurred?
I don't know because I wasn't there because I can't say.
Just a brief indulgence. Just a few questions. A few more questions for you, Mrs. Merriweather.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you lived at the location that we're talking about, your home?
Ever since 1993.
Okay. All right. And do you recall if your house ever had, during the time that you've been there, ever had a pool table out in the back?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And I'm now, just a brief moment, you know. I am now marking for identification purposes. States Exhibit 200 DDD. And I am approaching the witness with the same with your permission, Your Honor.
You may.
I am showing you now, Ms. Merriweather, State's Exhibit 200 Delta Delta Delta. What is it that you're looking at in this exhibit?
Pool table.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
sure.
Pool table.
Your Honor, at this point. You deliver that? Sure. And shown already to defendants prior and shown again today, which is identified already as State's Exhibit 200 Delta Delta Delta. And before departing from you, Mrs. Merriweather, you stated that this is a pool table. And is this pool table the one that you stated that used to be in the back of your home depicted in State's Exhibit 200 Delta Delta Delta? And do you see any persons in State's 200 Delta 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 that you can identify by name?
Can I hold it?
Yes, ma'am. All right.
My son, Kenneth Hurst.
Okay. Do you see anyone else in this photo
I
that
don't
you
know the rest
recognize?
of those.
Is it common? And let me ask this question: does this picture fairly and accurately represent the back of your home as you remember it to be when the pool table was there? Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit into evidence State's Exhibit 200 Delta Delta Delta.
It's admitted.
I'm going to leave this here with you and just ask you a few more questions. How often, if you can recall, would your son be in the back playing pool?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance.
It's relevant, Your Honor. It's relevant, Your Honor. It's hopefully the state's hope is that it will be developed with the questions that follow.
I'll give you a couple of questions to establish that.
All right.
Go ahead.
Just a brief moment, Your Honor. Ms. Merriweather, did you post this picture that has been depicted as State's Exhibit 200 Delta 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 to social media?
No, I don't know nothing about no social media.
All right. Just a few more questions, Ms. Merriweather. Do you know a person by the name of Kenneth Copeland, also known as Lil Woody?
Yes.
How do you know him?
My grandkid uncle.
Okay. There was someone that brought you in the courtroom today and helped assist you to get positioned where you're currently seated. Is that the same person that you're talking about named Lil Woody?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long have you known Lil Woody?
It's been a while.
Okay. Has he ever been over your home?
Yeah, he used to come now.
Okay. Does he still come?
No.
Okay.
My son ain't that. What he gonna come for?
Okay. All right. And Mrs. Merriweather, lastly, does this conclude your involvement with this particular case?
Do what now?
Is that all that you have to offer the jury at this time?
That's all I know. My son was killed. That's all I know.
Okay, I understand. Thank you so much. No further questions. Your Honor.
Are there defense questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Yes.
No questions, but I would like to.
Okay. Do I need to keep the witness? Okay. Miss Merriweather, thank you for your time, and you are excused. And y'all can approach. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you heard that Miss Merriweather's son had been killed, and I just want to let you know that at this point in time, it does not appear that that has anything whatsoever to do with this case, okay? All right, call your next witness.
State officer, please stand, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, so we just went through that entire testimony, and it has nothing to do with this case. Why didn't we stop and reprimand the state right then and there? Putting evidence in front of a jury that doesn't belong? Haven't we already rebuked the state and admonished the state one time for this? Or is it because it wasn't Miss Love they can get away with it? I don't know. Don't make no sense to me.
Raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
State, spell your first and last name for knowledge. Mike, for the court, please.
Ashley Edwards, ASHLEY
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Has your name changed recently?
It did in 2016.
And what was it prior to your name being Edwards now?
Clay.
And why was it changed?
I got married.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
Was there ever a time that you worked for the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And in what capacity did you work for the Atlanta Police Department?
I was a Zone 3 police officer from 2013 to about 2015, and then I was a school detective for about a year.
All right. Do you currently work in the law enforcement field?
No,
And when did you leave?
2016.
And were you post-certified the entire time with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes,
What was the title that you left the Atlanta Police Department with?
school detective.
I want to direct your attention to the date of January 11th, 2015. Do you recall responding to the address of 88 Ventura Avenue on that day?
Yes.
And around what time were you dispatched to that address?
I don't remember the time. I worked the overnight shift, so I remember it was dark, so it was at nighttime.
In what county is that address situated?
That would be Fulton.
And what reason were you dispatched to that address?
I remember it was a call that I believe it was the neighbors that called and said they heard gunshots, like a lot of gunshots, consecutive, and so those multiple calls came in and led us to that address.
Okay. And did you actually, in fact, arrive to that address?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see when you got there?
There were like a lot of bullet holes around the foundation of the house in the front.
And had you ever been called out to that address before?
No, not that I recall.
And when you got there, did you see any people outside?
No, not that I recall.
Were you the first responder?
Yes.
And who resided at that address, if you know?
There was only a male there when I got there.
Do you recall if his name was Emmett Yarbrough?
I don't recall that, but I mean that's what was in the report, so that would have had to been the name he gave.
And do you recall what is located at that address? Is it a home, a commercial building?
A house.
Okay. And do you recall his demeanor?
I don't. I mean, he seemed like kind of maybe nervous or scared. I mean, his house had just got shot up.
Okay. And was he injured at all?
No.
Did you check the area to see if any other homes were affected by any gunfire?
Once backup arrived, we did walk up and down the street to make sure there were no other houses or people hit.
Okay. What, if anything, did you learn?
No, I don't believe any other homes were hit. We spoke to some neighbors that just heard the gunshots.
I will ask you the phrase. Without saying what anyone said, did you observe anyone hurt?
No.
Did you observe any homes affected by the gunfire?
Not that I recall.
Other than the 88 Veneer Avenue?
Right.
Do you know if did you see any shell casings at that location at that time?
I don't recall any. I think I remember like when the crime scene techs got there, they were picking up shell casings. I can't say that I really recall myself seeing any.
Okay. Was a crime scene technician called out to that location to process the scene?
Yes.
And do you recall if the person's name by any chance?
The crime scene technician? I don't.
And did you include any mention of any collection of shell casings in your report, if you recall?
I don't recall.
All right. Did that pretty much conclude your involvement with this particular matter?
Yes.
All right. At this time, you're going to say no further questions.
Any questions for this witness?
Thank you. No questions.
All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused. Call your next witness.
At this time, the state now calls Renee Charleston to stand here.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. Swear affirm testimony give the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. State and spell your first and last name loudly to the mic, of course, please.
Renee G. Charleston, Renee, the letter G, Charleston, Charleston.
All right. Are you employed?
No,
Okay. Was there a time that you were employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
yes,
And how long were you employed with them?
22 years.
And in what capacity did you work for the Atlanta Police Department?
Crime scene,
All right. When did you leave?
2017.
Why did you leave?
I retired.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Did you retire in the official capacity as, were you ever promoted during your time?
I retired as crime scene supervisor.
I want to direct your attention to the day of February the 10th, 2015. And I am going to approach the witness at this time to retrieve state's exhibits 1 Delta Delta M to state's exhibits 50 Delta Delta M, which are already shared in the discovery process and have been placed before the witness. Would you take a second to answer a few questions? Ms. Charleston, have you had a chance to review the state's exhibits that are before you and you can, prior to coming in today?
Yes, sir.
And do those state's exhibits 1 Delta 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 M through 1 Delta Delta 49, 149 Delta 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 M fairly and accurately, well, what are they?
They are my crime scene photos for that day. Not for that day, for that damage to property on Hendricks Ave.
Okay, all right. And do those photos that you took fairly and accurately depict the crime scene as it was on the day that you took them?
Yes, sir.
The state now moves to admit state's exhibits 1 Delta 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 M through 49 Delta 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 M.
They're admitted.
All right. I am now putting before you state's exhibit 50 Delta Delta M. What is that, crime scene tech, Charleston?
This is my crime scene report.
And how do you know it's your crime scene report?
This is the one that I generated when I did my report with my photos and what was done on the crime scene.
Is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you authored it on or about February 10th, 2015?
Yes.
State now moves to admit state's exhibit 50 Delta 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 M into evidence. May we approach now?
Do we need to approach for that? Sustained.
Okay, all right. State now publishes state's exhibits.
She may, of course, use the report if she needs to during her testimony.
You can see on the screen before you crime scene tech, Charleston, that states 1 Delta 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 M is published on the screen. Is this the location to which you responded to on February 10, 2015?
Yes, sir.
And now publishing the next state's exhibit. Do you see the address number in this next exhibit, which is 17 DDDM?
Yes.
Okay. What is the address listed on this photo?
193.
Do you see any defects to the home in this photo? And you can utilize either one, the hard copies or the electronic before you.
Okay. Right here, I see the address. That's the main thing that I was doing on this one.
Okay. All right. Now publishing the next state's exhibit, 2 Delta 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 M. What is featured here?
A vehicle in the driveway of the home.
And if we could zoom in a little bit on the vehicle, do you see any defects to this vehicle?
Defects in the front of the vehicle, yes, sir.
Can you count out as many as you can see at this, from this view?
If you back it up some, you can see even more. Okay, there's defects below the driver's light. You can see some by the Chevy emblem. And then if you go up some, the top, up over the windshield.
Okay. Where the cursor is currently positioned to the right of it?
There's one right there, and then to the top, the very top.
Going to publish State's Exhibit 5 and skip past right there, State 5. Is that the defect that you were speaking about in State's Exhibit 5, Delta Delta M, that you were describing to the top of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Going to publish State's Exhibit 7, DDM. Why would you take this picture of this portion of the house?
There's a defect in the house to the right of the window, from what I can see. Yes.
See the cursor pointing?
Yes, sir.
Is that where you're describing the defect?
Yes, sir.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 11, DDDM. When you took this picture, crime scene tech, Charleston, what was the goal? What did you have in mind?
There's a defect in the trunk of the tree,
And utilizing the cursor, can you see where the cursor, well, if you go down a little bit, Ms. Knight, do you see where the defect is now that it's zoomed in?
Yes.
Okay. And is it around or about where the cursor is?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Now showing you State's Exhibit 12, Delta 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 M. All right. As to this photo, do you see any defects to this portion of the home?
Yes.
How many do you see?
1, 2 that I can. 3.
Okay. And now going to turn your attention to the next State's Exhibit, which is 13, DDM. All right. What about in this photo? Do you see any defects that you noticed when you took this photo?
Yes, there's one above the hinge and one to the siding below the, if you come below in that picture. Right there.
Okay. Now showing you State 16, DDDM. And just a moment, looks like our technology. All right. Okay, don't mind. And when you took this picture, next to the refrigerator,
Yes,
okay, whereabout? Do you see any defects where the cursor was moved?
yes.
All right. And is that the front, back, or side of the refrigerator that you noticed the,
Facing the refrigerator on the right side.
now showing you States Exhibit 19DD? Yeah. Do you see any defects in this photo?
Yes, right around the cursor.
Okay. And at this point, are you inside the home or still outside?
Inside the home.
Showing you States 23 DDDM. All right. As to this photo, where did you take this picture?
Looks like the, let me go back. Maybe the living room, I'm not sure, those are kitchen curtains, but,
And do you see any defects to any property or objects inside the home in this photograph?
yes,
All right. Where do you see them?
to the left of the curtains and in the, there's a defect in the television.
Okay. Now showing you States Exhibit 26 DDDM. When you took this photograph, are you in the, where in the home are you? Living room?
That's a defect in a china cabinet.
Did you see any defects that in this particular photograph, on this particular property that caught your attention?
Yes.
Whereabout?
At the top, and there's something in the top which is not showing in this photo, and then below the glass. Yes.
There. Okay. Now showing you States Exhibit 31 DDDM. We're skipping around. Now while you're flipping, is it fair to say that some of the photographs that you take are kind of duplicative or similar?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now showing you States 31 DDDM. Do you see any defects in the kitchen area that is depicted in this exhibit?
Yes, where the cursor is. And in the cabinet.
And we are transitioning now to States 33 DDDM. And here, CST Charleston, why would you take this photo?
There is a projectile and a colander which was on the kitchen counter. Yes.
All right. Generally, as you process the crime scene, what all did you find damaged in this particular case? Generally, as you processed it and took pictures.
I found damage throughout the house.
And you can refer to your report if necessary to kind of speak about it in general, which is States Exhibit 50 DDDM.
There were damage to the outside as well as the inside of the house and the truck.
All right. And as to the ballistic evidence that was found, specifically the projectile that's still on the screen in 33 DDDM, did you collect it?
I may have placed it in the envelope and handed it to the officer, but I did not take possession.
Okay, who took possession?
Officer.
Yes, do you know by name the officer, and is it listed in your report?
That says Officer King took possession of the projectile.
Just a brief indulgence. Do your photographs that you took on that day reflect all of the damage that you observed at the location when you responded to it on February the 10th, 2020?
Yes.
And did that pretty much include your involvement with this case?
Yes.
And when I say this case, are you speaking of APD number 15-04107?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has no further questions.
All right, are there any defense questions for this witness?
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
No questions.
All right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Do we know whether lunch is here? All right, we're going to break for lunch at this time, and we have a few matters to take up during the lunch hour. So I'm going to give, if the jury can be back at 1:15.
Huh. Oh, yeah, we got stuff we need to take care of. That's right. I forgot all about that. Yeah, we got some stuff we got to take care of here. Stuff that I think Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams could pick up on it. Maybe even Mr. Stark. I know, yes, Stark and Steele, I know each have something they want to go over. Jury's going to lunch. YSL trial is still going on. We're live here on YouTube. Outcast Podcast. Please like and subscribe and help me grow.
Couple of questions. Y'all had, when we were reviewing witnesses, told me or told everybody that Officer Clay was only going to be called if the homeowner didn't recall things, and then he seemed to have recalled everything. So did we really need her? Probably not.
We'll take that into consideration.
Okay, and then I assume, so I know Officer or Crime Scene Tech Charleston is on your witness list, but not for this week. So did you let the defense know that this person was going to be called out of order? Or out of the expected order?
No.
Okay, all righty. And then I was promised that a bunch of these people would be, on and off. And yesterday that seemed to be the case, and that was fantastic. And we've taken a whole lot longer with some of these witnesses today. So let's try to get back to kind of how we were yesterday, okay? All right. And then let's make sure we've got our witness ready to come in when the other witness is finished. All right, so we needed to turn to the issue of the two letters. Did y'all have an opportunity to figure out whether those were served in discovery?
We had not.
Take the lunch and then come back early?
Yes.
All right, we'll do that. So why don't we break until 12:45 and then be back at 12:45? All right, thank you.
Can I make one request?
Yeah.
Because I'd like to use my lunch productively. The state, and I'm going off, I'm giving my best rendition. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. The state, in the latest Dropbox, shared with me about 24, and these are pictures and materials that have not been litigated before. These were kind of added with these added witnesses. So we never litigated these in non-jury days. They shared with me approximately 20 pictures
Okay.
from from the Tierra Jones case. And I do have a strong objection about one of the pictures, but I'm also, to my knowledge and belief, we have not been given through discovery like the case file for Tierra Jones. So I understand the state's planning on introducing 20 photos, which I have a problem with, at least one of them. But I would like access to like the full, because I might want to use pictures from that case.
Okay.
And I would like to see pictures other than the ones that the state has decided that they want to use.
All right, can y'all provide the entirety of the police file to the defense on that case? Thank you. And how quickly can y'all do that?
We can do it as soon as we get back.
Okay, perfect.
Are we-
You'll have it momentarily.
Okay.
Okay, anything else? All right, see y'all back at 12:45. Mr., well, never mind, that Mr. Matthews is gone. I'll ask when he comes back.
YSL trial day 144 is on break until 12:45. I will see you folks back here at 12:45. Hope you have a good lunch. Get you something to eat, take a break, stretch. Outcast Podcast here on YouTube live.
later when you're doing it at like
You?
It's a building.
I should be more specific. When they're collected,
Hey everybody, thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Young Thug trial. Now I want to take a quick second and I want to tell you about this stream's awesome sponsor, Upside. So what's Upside? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. So when I go to pump my gas, I can use the Upside app and get cash back. Real cash back. It's money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. So once you have the Upside app, you claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. You pay as usual using a debit or credit card. You follow the steps on the app and you get paid. And as you saw me just do, you can use Upside at places like Shell, Exxon, Mobil, 7-Eleven, Taco Bell. That's just to name a few, by the way. There are so many more. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code LCLive and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code LCLive for an extra 25 cents back on your first gallon of gas.
All right, we should be about 5 minutes away now from court returning. This is the Outcast Podcast live on YouTube. So, from my just give you my take on the day while we're waiting on the court to come back in. So far, I have seen 0.0.0.0. Nada, none, nothing of substance today. This has been by far the worst day for the state as far as evidence, because really nothing's come in. I've heard I don't recall, I don't remember, I don't know, it was a long time ago. They call one witness, they don't remember nothing, they call the cop remembers everything because they got a report in front of them. What kind of sense does this make? None. Please, folks, if you made it this far, if you get this far, if you am this far, please like and subscribe. Help me grow my channel. We are the Outcast Podcast, coming to you live on YouTube. Just waiting on court to come back in. They are out on a break at the moment. Just take a lunch and then they'll come back in. And they will go from there. They do have some evidentiary matters to handle once they get back. So we'll see what Max Sharp comes up with. Brian Steele. I don't know if any of the other guys are going to come up with anything or not. But right now, I know those two have an issue with some things that are going on. Some evidence that wants to be presented. So, yeah. All right. Like I said, we're just waiting on court to come back in. But like I said earlier, I have seen absolutely nothing today, substance, evidence-wise. Everything's just been a waste of time. I wish Whitaker would just, like, get her crap together and get this trial where it needs to be. Because right now, it makes no sense to me why things are going the way they're going. But, you can't do so much. This is the Outcast Podcast coming to you live on YouTube. Like, subscribe, share, help me grow. It don't cost you a thing to hit that subscribe button. Don't cost you a thing to hit that like button. It just helps the algorithms there and helps me get out to more people that may enjoy my content. But I need my channel to grow. So help me out with that. The Outcast Podcast coming to you live. Just wait on them to come back. Hopefully it won't be too much longer. Huh. I'm just looking at something here real quick, folks. Just give me a minute here. Trying to see if I can come across something here. Huh. I'm hoping everybody's having a great day. We're just waiting for them. We'll give it a bit of time here. Boom. Hey now. All right, now go back to here. Trying to get somebody's page out. Here we go. Follow. Wow, really? All right, folks. Just sitting here waiting on for it to come back in. They are taking their time coming back. They were touched back at 12:45. It's 12:47. And we are not back yet. So if somebody's running behind, I'll be the judge. We ain't got no time. Hopefully we don't have too much longer to go here. We're still waiting for them to come back from lunch, folks. It's supposed to be back at 12:45. We're running almost 10 minutes behind. Let's wait and see what's going on here. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna take those 12:45 off because definitely don't know how long they're gonna be on break. Looks like we're back. Here we go.
Locate whether those were served in discovery. Your Honor, there were portions of the Tierra Jones case served in discovery.
They can't hear you.
Your Honor, there were portions of the Tierra Jones case served in discovery. The pictures were served on May 22nd, 2023. The recordings were served in discovery 12. I'm trying to find the exact date of when. And so the pictures were served in May 22nd, 2023. And there were some initial reports served on that same date, not the lead detective's report, but like
Okay, so
reports.
great. I was actually asking about the letters.
So
that
the
were
letters-
things that were brought up this morning.
So it does not appear that either letter was served.
All right, then y'all don't intend to use those, right?
We don't have to use those.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to sort everything out before we have a jury in here. I'm trying to understand, my client gave a statement as a victim.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the state, I understand the state's not intending to use the letters. Is the state intending to use my client's statements at all?
No, I think Mr. Sharp asked me that yesterday, and I advised that we will not be using, we don't intend to play his statement. We do intend to ask the detective whether or not Mr. Stillwell made a statement, how many statements he made, 2 at the hospital, 1 3 days later, one about a month and a half later. In the second interview, he gave more details about the incident in which he was a victim. And my intentions, so I can complete the story and make sure that the jury understands that he subsequently recanted that statement. But that is what's in that letter that I provided to Mr. Sharp last night. That second letter, he recants everything he told the
The
police.
second letter that Mr. Sharp has never until last night gotten notice of.
Correct. And so we cannot put that in, but I would thought that Mr. Sharp would want the jury to know that his client took that back or took his statement back. But if he doesn't, we have no issue not talking about the second letter.
So my understanding of the rules of evidence, first of all, I agree and I appreciate that the letter's not coming in because it was not provided in discovery. But my understanding of the rules of evidence, I don't know why. These are no ways admissions. These are statements my client made about, I'm going to say a wholly unrelated incident. I know it's part of this story, but he was a victim in a case.
Uh-huh.
So from my perspective, this is all hearsay. And Your Honor, just to give you a little bit, there's parts in this statement where my client is saying, I didn't see anything. I don't know who did this.
Right.
The investigators are sitting in the room saying, well, give us 3 names. Give us 3 names. And he's like, I didn't see it. Give us 3 names.
Mhm.
So, I mean, that's the type of police work that quite honestly leads to And the three names that were eventually given weren't the three. I think one of the three was the same people charged. Two of the three, I don't believe were ever charged. So it's like, they were just like, give us three names. And then they had him look at photo lineups, and he didn't even, and when he was looking at the photo lineups, he didn't even say, oh, this is the person that did it. He's just like, yo, that's Shelkel, that's so-and-so. So I don't even think it was a recantation, but I don't want any of my clients' statements, the contents of which, and I understand the state has told me they don't plan on playing it, but I don't want them to ask about the contents of it.
So, to be clear, Your Honor, because I think some things are getting conflated. In the first interview that Mr. Stillwell gave at the hospital, he said he didn't see anything. Second interview, he was asked to give names. He did not give any names. He didn't say anything. Again, he gave no names in the second interview. It wasn't until November 2nd when Mr. Stillwell asked on his own to speak to the investigators. He told the investigators everything that happened, and then he provided names at that juncture. There was no pressure of just give me three names. None of that occurred in the third interview. The state believes that that is still a party opponent statement, that he is still a party opponent in this case. This is a statement that he made to law enforcement regarding an incident that occurred to him as a victim. So, Your Honor, we still believe under the rules of evidence, it would come in as a party opponent statement. That is what we are operating under. It doesn't have to be inconsistent. It is his statement that he has previously given to law enforcement about something which he was a victim. So that is the evidentiary rule that we intend to introduce this statement under. And again, asking questions about the statement, not playing the statement.
And then do you intend to do something about him allegedly later having said what I told you in November, I no longer stand by that now, or whatever he might have said?
The state intended to ask not this detective, because this detective was unaware of the recanting. However,
I don't know what you mean by this detective.
The detective investigator Griffin, who was the lead detective on the homicide, he was unaware of it. However, investigator Dennis was aware that his client, that Mr. Stillwell recanted. And so it was my intention to ask about whether or not Mr. Stillwell took that statement back subsequently. I didn't intend to ask that question.
Okay, and you're saying that this is all, I guess, a statement or an admission by a party opponent because you're offering it against Mr. Stillwell? And how is it against Mr. Stillwell?
Your Honor, when Mr. Stillwell was shot at, this was all a part of this gang war that we have been discussing.
Okay, I mean, you have any evidence of that?
The individuals who were charged are members of the opposition gang.
And when did it occur?
This occurred on the early morning hours of September 26, 2015.
Has anybody been convicted?
Yes.
Okay, so members of an opposing gang were convicted of this shooting?
Yes, one individual, I believe, pled earlier this year.
Okay, and did Mr. Stillwell, when he gave the November statement, identify any of those people?
He did.
How many?
He identified three, and I need to confirm. I know one person, Mr. Hardy, I believe is the one who took the plea earlier this year or last year.
And are those three people the people that ended up charged?
I know Mr. Hardy was one. I need to see if, I know Mr. Hardy, Mr. Watts, and there's a third person. Mr. Watts, after further investigation, the case was dismissed against him. And then the second individual, I just need to confirm whether or not he was ultimately charged and the case was resolved. But out of the three people he identified, Mr. Hardy has taken a plea. The second individual, I think, is Mr. Ward. I have to confirm whether or not he took a plea. And then Mr. Watts was not, he later, after Mr. Sprinkle did further investigation. Mr. Watts was not charged with ultimately was not charged with the homicide.
So when he recanted,
So
what did he say?
I'm sorry.
When he recanted, what did he say?
Let me pull up the letter. He said he was pressured and that everyone that he said did it didn't do it. He didn't know who did it. And the letter came after members of the opposition gang, I guess, received a discovery package. And in the lead detective's report, the lead detective said that Mr. Stillwell made identifications. And so they posted it all over social media. And so it was after that posting that Mr. Stillwell recanted. And also my understanding is there may have been some altercations while Mr. Stillwell was in the Fulton County Jail that also led to Mr. Stillwell recanting that
Okay,
statement.
and 2 of the 3 people about whom he recanted ended up with their cases either dismissed or not pursued?
One definitely was not pursued. I am trying to confirm the second individual.
Just to give you a little context, Your Honor, this murder of Tiara Jones happened at about 11:45 p.m. on a dark road, and a car sped up behind the car, and started shooting. I don't know. I mean, this case would have been a defense attorney's dream to defend the Tiara Jones sad case, but because there would be no indication that Mr. Still would have seen anything. It was after the police were saying, "Give us 3 names, give us 3 names, give us 3 names." Then he gives 3 names, and
Well,
I think
mean, except a whole month went by.
I understand, and then I think one or maybe 2 of them were charged, but I think it was only one of them. I think it was only Bobby Hardy. I believe it was only Bobby Hardy that was charged. So, I don't see the relevance. Ultimately, I mean, I have a lot of arguments, but ultimately, I don't see the relevance of any of this. My client being in the car, I see that as relevant, but I don't see the relevance of my client's statements to the police regarding this matter.
It's relevant because he identified members of the opposition gang who did the crime. And so that is why it is
I don't know
relevant.
if you can say the who did the crime part, since even y'all seem to have decided that some of them didn't in fact do the crime.
He ID'd 3 members. So what's
He
relevant?
ID'd 3 members of an opposite gang, and then he later said, no, I take that back.
Right, and he did that after the opposite gang posted on social media. So all of that, when we're talking about gang evidence and recanting and snitching, all of that is relevant for the jury when a young woman is murdered innocently as an innocent bystander, and there's more evidence than just a car pulling up on the side of a dark road. It starts at a gas station where Mr. Stillwell tells the police he sees some of these individuals at the gas station. There's surveillance video. So there's a number of other pieces to it. To truncate it, we were solely going to talk about Mr. Stillwell, what he told the police that he saw and what he observed, and the fact that the individuals who he identified were members of the opposite gang, that there were individuals arrested. There would be subsequent evidence that would come in that, and I don't know if that part is relevant of who actually pled or not, but the fact of the matter is these people, it's who he identified, and that was the opposition gang. And that is relevant in this grand scheme of talking about the back and forth that was happening between January and ultimately October, once most of these defendants that we've been discussing were arrested in 2015.
Well, I think we need to be careful about who when we say who Mr. Stillwell said did this as well. And I reviewed the transcripts last night. I've reviewed the videos several times. But my understanding of what happened during the 3rd interview where identifications were made was that Mr. Stillwell spoke about seeing Mr. Hardy in the parking lot outside JJ's Chicken. He said he saw him there.
Mm-hmm.
And so they say, okay, we have some, and that makes sense to the detectives. Oh, Mr. Hardy, they're calling him Smoke, I think, is at JJ's Chicken right before the car gets shot up. That makes sense. And so they say, we have some we have some lineups we'd like to show you. And they read him the lineup admonition and they show it to him and he's like, that's Hardy. I think he calls him Smoke. And he identifies Shell Cal and Merle, I think is the other guy. Those other two individuals, to my recollection and from the transcript that I read, he never says they did
These are the
anything.
people that shot me. He just
It
says,
says, I identified.
this is this person, this is this person. What do you say to that?
In the context of him telling the story of what happened. So that's something that they can cross about.
Do I
but
need to look at the interview and the letters?
No, the state did not intend, Your Honor, the state intended to ask Investigator Griffin, did you meet with him twice? Did he give you any information at those 2 times? Did he eventually meet with you again? Did he provide more information about it? Did he eventually tell you who he thought was involved? Did he make identifications? Who did he make identifications to? After that, did you
Okay,
learn?
but did he make identifications of, I know this person and this person versus identifications of these are the 3 people that shot me? That's 2 different things.
The context of the interview is.
So I need to look at it then.
We're about to turn this into a whole nother trial within a trial.
But we don't, Your Honor, literally, the state was going to have Investigator Griffin on the stand ideally for about 20 minutes, if that. So it's not turning in it's a 25-minute interview, Your Honor. I believe Investigator Griffin won't come until tomorrow morning. So we can send the interview over to the court. You can review it. It's a 25-minute interview for the court to review. But that's not the
Maybe
state.
to the portion that you maintain is him saying, these are the 3 people that did it, and then send me the letter that is the alleged recantation.
I can send you the recantation, but I
And
think
do
the
it
court.
quickly, because honestly, I don't want to spend the entirety of my evenings doing this case.
I don't think that the court can only look at the specific portion, because I think you need to see the entire video to understand how the identification came about. I don't think that the specific 5 minutes before or 5 minutes after will give the court that context that I think you will need when he does the identification, Your Honor. So that is the only reason why I'm suggesting that you watch the entirety of it so you can understand the context surrounding the identification.
Okay, send it to me now so that our next break, I can start watching it.
I sure.
Along with the letter, both
I
of
will,
them.
I will send you both.
And Your Honor, I know they said Investigator Griffin's not coming tomorrow. If we need to wait till tomorrow on this, there's one picture that was shared in the Dropbox. And just to remind the court,
Okay.
these were things that were never brought up to discuss the issues with previously.
This
This
is
Dropbox.
as to this same crime or
Yes.
incident?
Yes,
And, all right,
but we've
what-
never litigated it.
Somebody send me the picture.
I'll send you the picture as well, Your Honor.
And there's a picture of essentially a young lady, Miss Jones, and it's horrible. And she's
After she's been shot?
bleeding from the face. She's halfway through a windshield, and her body appears to be burned. She's unrecognizable.
Okay.
And that's,
And it's
And the objection would be?
403, prejudicial. I know that my client is not accused of doing this to Miss
Right.
Jones, but ultimately the
But,
state
yeah.
is
Oh,
holding him
But
responsible.
for him being in the car, this wouldn't have happened to her.
Your Honor, the state did not intend to publish that picture. The state did intend to introduce it because unfortunately that is what happened. So the state did not intend to publish it. The state did intend to introduce it, but I will send the court the picture so you can see all of the pictures that the state
Well,
intended to.
If it's introduced, then it would be going back with the jury.
Yeah. Yes, the jurors will see
Well-
it at some later time, but I didn't intend to
Let me
publish.
see the picture. Somebody send it to me now. Is there some other way to get in evidence that this woman was killed in the car crash that followed the shooting? That's what happened, right?
It's already in evidence, Your Honor.
That fact, right?
Yes, Detective Dennis testified to
Yeah, I
that.
mean, I'm going to sustain that objection to that picture. It's unnecessarily
So do you want me to
gruesome.
send it or no?
No,
Okay.
don't worry about it.
Your Honor?
All right, so that takes care of the picture. Yes.
So, while you're,
You know, what I'm not appreciating is Mr. Williams has a right to then confront and cross-examine Mr. Shannon Jackson, because this is confrontation clause. It is the police, it's a victim, from what I understand, identifying people in a criminal case. That's testimonial.
And
So-
what's the state's response to that? I mean, I guess if you are only having it elicited that he made a statement where he identified, how far is it going to go?
Your Honor, the state's intentions, was Mr. Stillwell a victim in a crime? Did you speak to him? Was he able to tell you who he believes to be involved in the incident? Who were those individuals? What occurred? I was going to ask him, what did he tell you happened? They were in the car, it
All
flipped
right,
over.
and so then what do you say about the confrontation clause issue?
Your Honor,
That's clearly testimonial. And it's hearsay. And it might be an admission by a party opponent. But that would be only as to him, really.
And we could do a limited instruction as to him. I mean, he's the victim in the case, so we have to, it's not a crime, it's not a part of the conspiracy. He's the victim of a case. If it only has to be used against him to say that he was the victim, then we can have a limited instruction that.
Well, but you're not just using it to show that he was the victim.
We are showing that it was a part of the gang war, but that he was the victim in this case. Earlier, a few weeks ago, we brought in the other shooting that involved Mr. Stillwell, where he was shot a few weeks prior to this at Glen Street.
And did any of his statements come in at that point?
No.
All right, well then, that's not really the comparable.
You mind if I can just have a moment to research that particular issue to see if he can come in some other way.
And just for completeness, I also include in the confrontation clause the quote recantation.
Yeah, I mean, that, which frankly is more than to just show he was a victim, because once you get into the, oh, and then something got posted on social media, and oh, then he went back and said something different, you know, that further complicates things. By the way, it appears that Carter, Hardy, and Ward all pled to some charges in that case.
Those were the people that he named.
Those were not the people
No.
that he named.
No.
Okay.
He named Hardy. I'm not sure about Ward because it was a nickname, but he named 3 people, and one of them was Shell Kell, who's Kelvin Watts.
Okay.
He named Hardy and Merrill, who was Ward. The only person he did not name was Carter, and he named Watts. And like I said, after further investigation, Watts, I believe arrest warrants were taken out for Watts. That's what I need to confirm. But after the state did further, after the DA's office did further investigation, we did not indict Watts. We indicted Mr. Dominique Carter, also known as Stewie.
And y'all are saying that the only one that he said he thought had anything to do with this was Hardy?
No, Your Honor.
Not you, the state, you, the defense, sorry.
I understand the statement. He is saying that he saw Hardy talking to his girlfriend in the parking lot of JJ's Chicken shortly before they left.
So he never says that he thinks anybody did this shooting. He just says, here are the circumstances leading up to it.
That's my understanding. And it would defy logic for him to have seen who the shooters were. It was a car sped up behind and started shooting in the windshield, and then his car, the car he was
Well,
in.
I mean, he could have said he was at the JJ's Chicken in a blue Buick, and then I saw a blue Buick drive up again, you know, but I don't know if that's what happened or
He
not.
said the car was, he thought it was a newer model car because of the style of lights, is my recollection of what he said.
And does he tie a car he saw at the JJ's
I don't believe so.
Chicken with a?
I don't
no.
believe so.
Okay.
I think we have different understandings of the video, Your Honor. I just think if once we do the research on the confrontation clause issue, then I believe we're sending over the interview to the court, or it's already been sent.
Okay.
And I believe all three were sent to you. All three were sent. It is just the third video. It's both audio and video recorded using Evidence Reviewer.
Okay. And then the letter also needs to get sent. And this is a letter that y'all never got until yesterday.
Letter I never received till yesterday, and
Okay, so it seems problematic, even if you don't introduce the letter, to introduce essentially the contents of the letter.
You're right. My team is double checking something for me. Supplemental Discovery 11. I'm confirming whether or not this was the entire case file. So if you can give me one moment, I believe I'm trying to confirm this is the entire case file.
Okay. Okay, well, are we in 2 minutes ready for the jury? Got your next witness lined up? Mr. Matthews, on a scheduling matter, actually 2 scheduling matters. All right, y'all want to get your next witness in? Great. All right, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sorry, just wait.
Yes, okay. Where did all of the... Let's do that in front of the jury.
All jury present,
All right, thank you. Who's going to be handling this witness? Mr. Brown?
Yes.
All right. Oh, can you swear the witness? Thank you.
Yes.
Rodney Sturkey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sturkey. Where are you from?
Atlanta,
Okay. And where do you currently live?
in Clayton County.
And have you always lived there?
No,
Where did you live on January 13th, 2015?
I was standing up on Old Hickory Road by then.
Do you recall residing at an address of 3424 Ruby Harper Boulevard in Atlanta?
Yes,
And how did you come to end up residing there?
a friend of mine,
Okay, who's your friend?
Bush.
Does he have a first name?
I don't know his first name.
Is that Bush a male or female?
It's a male.
Okay. And how do you know Mr. Bush?
My mechanic.
Okay. You said he's a mechanic?
Yes,
Oh, okay. And how long have you known?
years.
Years. Do you know him to be, in your knowledge, do you know him to be related to any defendants in this room?
No,
When did you move to 3424 Ruby Harper Boulevard Southeast?
I can't recall the date.
Were you allowed to move in rent free?
No.
Okay. How much was your rent?
Sustained. Can you use a mic, please? Thanks.
All right. And how long did you reside at that address?
About 3 days.
Was it a, did you rent the whole house or did you have just a room?
Just a room.
Okay. And Mr. Sturkey, what caused you to move?
I was moving either way I go. I was moving back to Jonesboro.
Okay. Do you recall that address of 3424 Ruby Harper Boulevard being shot up on January 13th, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Would you please tell the jury what you remember about that incident, if you will?
Only thing I know, my van got hit twice. That was it.
And do you know if the actual home or actually the structure of the home was hit from your recollection?
No.
Okay. Were you hit by any bullets or gunfire?
No.
Okay. Were you actually even present? when you returned to the house that at 3424 Ruby Harper Boulevard, what, if anything, did you see that morning?
That night morning,
Well, yes.
a police.
Okay. Did you see any like yellow tape or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Was it a lot or a few police?
Few.
Okay. Were you able to access the area where you were staying at that time?
No.
Okay. Why weren't you able to access it?
Hell, I don't know.
Okay. Were you stopped by anybody?
Yes, the police.
Okay. And at which time did you come to learn that it was your house that you were staying at during that stop? At what time did you come to learn that it was your home?
Around 1:30 in the morning.
Poor question. Let me ask a better question. When you arrived back at the home from work, were you able to freely go into the home?
No.
Okay. During which point did you learn at that time when you arrived at the house? I'll strike that question. I'll move on. Other than your van, was any other property that you own affected by the gunfire?
No.
Okay. And what type of vehicle did you own in terms of van?
It's a white van.
Okay. How long had you had it?
About 3 years.
Do you still have it?
No.
Were you able to move it that evening after you had learned that it was affected by the gunfire?
I moved it the next morning.
Okay. How long did you continue to reside at that home after that occurred? After the shooting incident occurred?
I left the following day.
Okay. My apologies. And when did you move? Did you move your van that same night, or did you move it the next day as well?
Yes, an answer to the question.
Sustained.
All right. Was your van still drivable after the bullets had impacted it?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Your Honor, that question wasn't asked.
Move on, please.
And do you know any of the person, do you know or have any idea who may have shot up your home on that day?
No.
And have you ever had anything like that happen at any place? At that place that you were staying, excuse me? Before?
Sustained.
Don't answer that. And after you moved, did you have any further involvement with this particular matter or incident as it relates to the 3424 Ruby Harper Boulevard address shooting?
No further questions.
Any questions for this witness by the defense?
Thank you. No questions.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
So that's it, right?
That's it.
Okay, they're gonna stop all the threats, right? Because I'm gonna lost my job. When they came to my job, threatened to lock me up.
Well, I am very sorry to hear that,
Yeah.
but you are free to go.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, State Officer Nelson.
Okay.
Sorry, Sergeant Nelson.
Nelson. Okay.
Just want to firm testimony you gave the truth, whole truth, number. Yes, sir. First and last name for the court, please.
Name is William Nelson, William Nelson.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Nelson.
Good afternoon, sir.
Where do you work?
I currently work for Sandy Springs Police Department.
And how long have you worked for Sandy Springs PD?
A little over 4 years.
Back in February 2015, where did you work?
I work for the City of Atlanta Police Department. I work Zone 3 Morning Watch.
All right, and what were those hours?
Overnight. I believe I got in at 8 p.m. until early morning.
Now, how long were you with APD Morning Watch?
I was with them for a little over 2 years.
Now, based on your work with Zone 3 Morning Watch, are you familiar with the area of the Daniel Street and where it intersects with University Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to turn your attention to February 10th, 2015. Did you respond to Brady Hospital?
Yes, sir.
And why did you respond?
I responded to a person's shot call.
Upon your arrival, what did you observe?
When I got on scene, I observed a silver Dodge Charger parked. It had visible damage to the door and windows, and then there was blood inside the vehicle.
Did you do a walk around on the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury what you did next.
After seeing the damage and the blood, I went inside to the hospital where I met with medical staff who pointed me in the right direction to find the victim.
And did you speak with the victim?
I did.
Who was the victim?
Kelvin Watts.
Without telling me what he said, did you speak with did Mr. Watts tell you what happened?
Yes, sir.
Now, while speaking with Mr. Watts, what did you observe about his physical condition?
I noticed a laceration to the left side of his head, blood dripping down. He had what appeared to be a gunshot wound to his left arm, and he had another laceration on his left wrist.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you become aware of the location of where Mr. Watts was shot?
Yes, sir.
And where was that location?
McDaniel Street and University Avenue.
Do you know how Mr. Watts got to Brady Hospital?
He drove himself.
Sustained.
Officer Nielsen, what did you do after you finished speaking with Mr. Watts?
After speaking, I went back downstairs outside to the vehicle, and we conducted a search of the vehicle.
What did the search yield?
We did not locate any shell casings or any weapons in the vehicle.
Sergeant Nielsen, did you prepare a report in this case?
Yes, I did, sir, and just made a clerical error in my narrative. I put the wrong date.
What date did you put in your narrative?
January 2nd, 2015, and the correct date was February 10th, 2015.
So the incident date is?
February 10th, 2015.
Sergeant Nelson, did you make any arrests in this case?
Yes, sir. I arrested Mr. Watts. He had a warrant for his arrest for probation violation.
And did that complete your involvement with this case?
Yes, sir.
Words and does appropriate moment, Your Honor? Nothing pending for you right here.
Any questions for this witness?
No questions. No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Thank you.
I really would appreciate if you had these people ready to walk in when the other witness walks out. I mean, it's usually not that big of a deal, but any bit of time that we can save in this trial would be helpful to everybody. Thank you. You got plenty of people working on this case who could be there ready at the door.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Pronounce your first and last name. Spell your first and last name for the court to swear, please.
First name Alice, Alice. Last name Flemister, F as in Frank, Lemister.
Good afternoon, Ms. Flemister.
Good afternoon.
Are you employed?
I'm retired.
Okay, and where did you retire from?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long did you work for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
26 years.
And what did you do in your employment with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Crime scene supervisor.
And were you always a supervisor?
No.
Okay. When did you get your promotion to supervisor?
I got my promotion to supervisor in 1998.
And when did your time with the Atlanta Police Department end?
In 2019, July of 2019.
All right. And do you recall working on Tuesday, January 13th, 2015?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall being dispatched to an address by 3424 Ruby Harper Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay. In what county is that address situated?
What county?
Yes, ma'am.
Fulton.
And do you know what is located at that address? A house, a commercial building?
A house.
Okay. And what do you remember about responding to that call?
What do I remember about responding to the call? I received a call for a shots fired.
And when you got, do you recall what, if anything, you observed when you got to the location?
I observed the house. Upon speaking with the officers, I noticed there was some casings and some damages.
Okay. After you did that, made those initial observations, that is, did you process the crime scene?
Yes.
And what went into your processing of that crime scene?
What goes into the processing of the crime scene is that once I do my observation, I would then start to take the photographs of the scene. And once I photograph the scene, once I process the scene, which includes taking photographs of the scene, photographs of the evidence. If there's any evidence that is to be collected, I would then take photographs of the evidence. If there's any damages, I would take photographs of that. Once I finish that, then I would mark the evidence and collect the evidence.
Do you also prepare a crime scene record?
Yes.
All right. I am now approaching, with the court's permission, approaching the State's Exhibit 1DDDB, which has already been provided to defense and discovery. And Ms. Flemingster, I have put before you what has been already identified as State's 1DDDB. What has been placed before you?
My crime scene report.
Okay. Does that crime scene report in front of you pertain to the crime scene that you responded to at 3424 Ruby Harper Boulevard on January 13th, 2015?
Correct.
And does that report, is it the same or substantially the same as it was when you authored it at that time?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit into evidence State's Exhibit 1 Delta 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 Bravo.
Bravo. All right, it's admitted without objection.
Mrs. Flemister, do you have crime scene, are there crime scene photos for this particular incident?
Are there crime scene photos for the incident that I took?
Yes.
Are they here?
No. Did you take them?
I did take them.
Have they been able to be located?
No.
Okay. But you did take some.
I did take photographs.
And the photos that you took, are those photos or their descriptions notated within that report?
Yes.
Okay. Utilizing the report that is before you, Mrs. Flemister, excuse me, would like to ask you a few questions. Based on that report, how many photographs did you take when you responded to the incident location?
107.
And do you, within that crime scene record, note all of the descriptions of the angles and perspectives of those photos?
Yes.
And do you also note within the report or record before you any other such activity that you performed or did when you responded to that crime scene?
Yes.
Was there any projectiles recovered, excuse me, from the crime scene?
May I refer to my report?
Yes.
One projectile.
Okay. And do you also note within that same report who the incident or responding officer is that went to this incident, right?
Yes.
Who was the responding officer?
Collins.
Just a few more questions. Mrs. Flemister, as it relates to this particular location, turning to what is the third page of your report, do you know any vehicles that were affected by defects or involved in this particular incident?
There was 2 vehicles.
Okay. Do you list them?
Yes.
What were they?
It was a 95 Ford. This is EC2. The model, and an 83 Chevrolet.
All right. I want to turn your attention to the next 2 pages over in your report. And I want to note and direct your attention to what would be, I guess, item number 29. Do you see the description for that photo?
Overall showing the van and car.
Okay. I also would like to direct your attention just a page back, well, to the actually to the second page of your crime scene record. And on that page, do you list a name of any person related to this particular incident as a victim or homeowner?
Yes.
What is the name that is listed there?
Thaddeus Bush.
And how do you spell Bush?
B as in boy, U as in umbrella, S as in Sam, C as in Charlie, H as in hat.
Mrs. Flemister, how many shell casings did you recover from this particular crime scene incident?
How many did I recover?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 2, 11. 25.
And how many projectiles?
1 projectile.
And after you collected these items and took them into evidence, what did you perform any kind of testing on?
Once I collected the evidence, the testing that I did on the casing, on the evidence, was latent print processing.
And with latent print processing that you conducted on these items, what was the result, if any, of that testing?
There were no prints of value lifted from the items.
Is it typical in your training and experience for that to be the result when it comes to shell casings or projectiles?
Yes.
Do you know why?
It is just rarely that you would get prints off those.
And after you collected those shell casings and that single projectile, is it in your normal routine to turn them over elsewhere, or do you keep them?
It is our process is once we process the evidence, we then turn it over to the APD crime lab.
going to direct your attention to another date, and that is January the 14th, 2015.
Okay.
Do you recall working that day, Mrs. Fleming?
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you recall about that day?
Well, that was a rainy morning. It was a rainy morning, and I received a call to go out to shots fired call.
Okay. Excuse me. What was the address that you responded to on January 14th, 2015?
2738 Fair Lane Drive, Southeast.
Okay. And in what county do you know that address to be located?
Fulton County.
All right. And upon your arrival, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you remember about what you saw at that time?
What I saw once I arrived, first of all, there was a lot of casings in the street. There was a car in the driveway, and it was a house.
And I'm now going to show you what has already been provided in discovery and is labeled as States Exhibits 1DDDF through 57DDDF. And we put those before you. And I want to ask you a question. Mrs. Flemister, have you had a chance prior to coming to court today to review those state's exhibits that have been identified just moments ago?
Yes.
And what do you know those exhibits to be that were just placed in front of you that you reviewed prior to coming to court?
It will show the location of the house. Also, it will show what I reviewed is the overall of the house, showing the car in the driveway, showing the shell casings that are in the street. It'll also show damages to the house.
Okay. Is it fair to say that those exhibits that were just identified by myself a few minutes ago are crime scene photographs that you took?
Yes.
All right. And are those crime scene photographs that are in front of you, do they fairly and accurately depict the crime scene as you remember it to be of the 2738 Fair Lane Drive, Southeast address that you responded to on January 14, 2015?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit the exhibits that have previously been identified and request permission just for a select few to publish.
All right, they're admitted.
Right. Prior to publishing, I want to present you with another state's exhibit. Additionally, Your Honor, which has already been provided in discovery. With your permission, I will approach.
You may.
All right. It is identified as State's Exhibit 58, Delta, 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 Franco. And I want to ask you, Mrs. Flemister, have you had a chance to review that State's Exhibit prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And what is that State's Exhibit?
This is my crime scene report.
And does it contain anything different than does it contain a little bit more or less than what is identified in your crime scene photos in terms of information?
Everything is identical.
Okay. And does it is it in the same or substantially the same condition as it was when you initially authored it?
Repeat.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as it was when you authored it, when you drafted it?
It's the same.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, the state now moves to admit the final state's exhibit of 58, Delta, 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 Frank, go.
I would object, as said, being cumulative of this witness's oral testimony.
Sustained.
Right. I am now, Mrs. Flemister, going to publish for you a few select exhibits from the crime scene photos that have been admitted, starting with that which is on the screen. Mrs. Flemister, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we are seeing here in State's Exhibit 1, Delta, Delta, F?
What you're seeing in the photograph is the mailbox showing the address, the numeric address of the crime scene.
Okay. Turning to the next state's exhibit. And if we could zoom in. On the last exhibit, the address was a little obscure. Can you see it completely here on this, the address number? What do you guys see those numbers?
2738.
And in this exhibit, do you see any damage to the front of this residence?
Yes,
Where do you see it?
I see damage to the front door.
And next state's exhibit, please. All right, now showing you 44. Oh, we can go past that. All right, now showing you 2 Delta Franco. Mrs. Flinister, is this an overall view of the residence that you responded to?
Yes,
And does it capture one of the vehicles that you saw there that was affected by the gunshots on that day?
yes.
All right, next exhibit. We can go to the next exhibit. State's Exhibit 4, Delta Franco. Mrs. Flemister, do you see any defects to the vehicle that is featured in this exhibit?
In the windshield.
Okay, and is it where the cursor is moving? It's just came back.
The defect is right here.
Okay, and when you say here, are you speaking on the windshield?
In the windshield to the right.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Come
Top
over.
right corner.
Come over.
All right. Go to the right.
Come over. Right here.
Okay. All right. Do you see any others on this windshield? Or cracks?
Can I?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. And where do you see them?
To my left.
Okay.
Come over.
All right.
Right here.
Okay. All right. And is there one? Do you see anything in the top right-hand corner of that same windshield?
It is.
Okay. No problem.
Yes.
Okay. Next state's exhibit, please. Showing you states 5 Delta Franco. Do you see any? Is that a defect or is that something else on that windshield?
That is basically a close-up
Okay.
of the defects in the windshield.
All right. Is it fair to say that there are several other such defects to this vehicle that you would have captured with your crime scene photos on that day?
Yes.
Okay. Now turning your attention to the next state's exhibit. The next one. One more. All right. Are there other defects to this vehicle that you observed?
Yes.
And where do you see them, Mrs. Flint?
The defects is on the driver's side. No, I'm sorry. Passenger side front.
Okay.
Passenger side front fender. And then there's defects on the passenger side right door. There's a defect in the window. And then there's a defect in the right rear.
Okay. Next state's exhibit, please. And is this just more of the same that you would have noted in the report related to this vehicle?
Correct.
Next exhibit, please. All right. Can you read off the license plate number associated with that vehicle?
The license plate number is C as in cat, A as in apple, Y2834.
And for the record, that is state's exhibit 1-4-DDDF. Next state's exhibit, please. All right, next one. Next one. All right. Is this, what is this a photograph of, Mrs. Spencer?
It's showing a shell casing on the ground.
Would you have captured all of the shell casings that you noted, that you observed rather, in similar fashion with other photographs of this type?
Yes.
And for the record, this is state's exhibit 20-DDDF. Next state's exhibit, please. All right. Is it in your course of work when you were employed, did you normally put down placards?
Yes.
Is this such a representation of what you did on the date of the incident that you responded to?
Yes.
Okay. Next exhibit, please. And next exhibit. When it came to the home, did you find several defects to the home?
Yes.
And did you find defects inside the home?
Yes.
And in State's Exhibit 45 DDDF, are we looking at a defect in the window panel or awning next to it?
Yes.
All right. Next State's Exhibit. All right. Next exhibit. Next exhibit. Next exhibit. Is it fair to say that there were several defects in the outside exterior portions of the home?
Correct.
All right. Now showing you State's Exhibit 49 DDDF. Is this what are we looking at here? What portion of the home is this, Mrs. Closer?
This is an overall of the living room.
All right. Next exhibit. All right. And is this another such defect that you found only inside of the home in this exhibit?
This is a defect in the picture frame.
All right. And that is it. State's Exhibit 50 DDDF. Next State's Exhibit, please. State's Exhibit 56 DDDF is showing, do you see any defects in this portion of the home? And if we can zoom in on the furthest left panel of that door.
If y'all mind me looking through.
Physical copy.
Let's see. Yes.
Okay. And would you have taken, generally, as this photo, more pictures of the interior of the residence as wherever you found there to be defects, if you found them?
Yes.
All right. And Mrs. Flemister, I have just a few questions for you to follow up. As it relates to this incident, well, I want to backtrack. The 3424 Ruby Harper Boulevard address where that first shooting that you testified about came from. What is the APD or Atlanta Police Department incident number associated with it?
Objection, relevance.
It's very relevant, Your Honor. It's just compartmentalized so that it's not a confusion to the jury.
Overruled.
You may reference your report.
Okay. The incident report for Ruby Harbor
Yes, ma'am.
is 150-130-123.
And as to your testimony, as to that incident, does that conclude your involvement with that particular incident?
Correct.
All right. What is the incident number associated for the shooting that occurred at the 2738 Fairlane Drive, Southeast Atlanta address? What is the incident, APD incident?
150-140-391.
As to your testimony regarding that incident, does that summarize or complete your involvement with that case?
Correct.
All right, Your Honor, the state has no further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you. Does the defense have any questions for this witness?
On behalf of Mr. Williams.
No.
On behalf of Mr.
All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused. Call your next witness.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State calls to the stand Ms. Lynette Robertson. Excuse me.
You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Statement spelled the first and last name.
Good afternoon, Ms. Robertson.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Have you been here before?
Yes.
All right. And we're here to talk to you about an incident. Well, let me ask you this. Did you work on January 11, 2015?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. And do you recall being called out to an address of 88 Venera Avenue, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia?
It's possible.
Okay. I'm going to approach you. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor. With the two state's exhibits. And these exhibits have been provided in discovery already. And they are identified as so. State's Exhibit 1, Delta, Kilo, through.
Is that 3 Ds and then a K?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Through 138.
All right.
Of the same phonetic. All right. I'm going to start with those first and then transition to the second set. With respect to those that have been put before you just now, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you've had a chance to review those state's exhibits prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I just reviewed them.
Yes. And in reviewing them, are those exhibits that you recognize as your own work?
Yes.
Okay. And are those exhibits that have been identified just a few moments ago, do they fairly and accurately depict the crime scene of 88 Venera Avenue as it was when you responded to it on January 11, 2015? If you reviewed them, so
Let's see, 88. I guess 88 is the address that you're referring to.
Yes.
But I don't see the.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
I can direct your attention to State's Exhibit 2, DDDK. Is that what you're referencing or looking?
Yes.
Okay. And do those State's exhibits that you just flipped through briefly and that have been identified fairly and accurately depict the crime scene as it was when you responded to it on that day?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, the state now moves to admit those exhibits into evidence.
All right, those are admitted.
Yes, ma'am. I am now going to show you a second set, continuing in that same phonetic grouping, Your Honor. They are 140 DDDK through 247 DDDK. And Ms. Robertson, is it typical that sometimes when you are taking photographs, you have to put them on separate storage devices because there's so many of them?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that this is a second set of the same that were on a separate storage device?
Yes.
Okay. And do those pictures fairly and accurately depict the crime scene of 88 Venera Avenue as it was when you responded?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state now moves to admit the exhibits that have been just identified in evidence and request permission to publish a select few of those as well.
All right, admitted, and you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. I want to ask you a few questions, Ms. Robertson, related to you responding to 88 Venera Avenue. Do you recall, when you responded to that location, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed upon arrival?
When I responded to 88 Venera, from what I can see through my pictures, I saw a residence that was basically shot up,
And,
defects and projectiles and damages throughout the residence.
okay. And did you capture with your time that you spent at that crime scene all of the defects that you observed in your photo roll?
Yes.
Did you collect any evidence from that crime scene at 88 Venera Avenue?
Yes.
And do you know what evidence you collected?
Yes.
Okay. What evidence did you collect?
Projectiles and cartridge casings.
Okay. Do you know how many? Well,
I would have to refer to my report.
okay. I will now show you what has already been provided in discovery to the defense and previously shown to you and identified as State's Exhibit 139 DDDK. And I will put that before you, and when your memory has been refreshed, please look up at me and then we'll continue asking questions.
Okay.
How many did you collect?
My report, I collected 53 shell casings.
Okay. And did you collect any projectiles?
I collected 2 projectiles.
Okay. And did you do any type of testing or analysis on the items that were collected?
I processed projectiles and cartridge casings for latent fingerprints. None were located. And then submitted it into the crime lab for further processing.
Showing you briefly just a few select exhibits that have just been admitted from the phonetic grouping that was identified previously as 1 DDDK through 247 DDDK, starting with State's Exhibit 1 DDDK. Briefly, just a brief indulgence. Excuse me. Technologies. Okay. And while we're waiting, Ms. Robertson, when you collected those shell casings, when you photographed the shell casings, did you photograph them at the direction of anyone else, or did you do that alone?
I photographed at the direction of the investigators.
Excuse me. Now showing you what has been previously identified as State's 3 DDK. Is this the home to which you responded on the day in question of January 11th, 2015?
Yes.
Next State's exhibit. Is that the address or mailbox associated with that address?
Yes.
Okay. Next exhibit. Showing you State's 249 DDDK. And Ms. Robertson, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is this an overview of the placards that you would normally put out